still stands for something? No? Offender in custody? Very simple with the... Anyone else close like this for us, let me know.
Supervisor knows that. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I always got to wait for that sweet saxophone sound before I come in here. And I always like to highlight the other content creators out there that also like to share their talents. And that's why we have the intro that we do. If you're not subbed to Grismatically, go sub up. Good evening. That sweet saxophone. Get to the hellos, and I got a couple things to go through in the intro here tonight. I got a couple packages to unbox, so I'm going to unbox those for you. And then I'm going to show off the Search Crew hoodie. So if you are part of the Search Crew, or even if you want to be part of the Search Crew in your own neighborhood, and you would like to wear something like this that shows some support for the peace, positivity, and progress, you're more than welcome to have some too. BevM, number 1, Katrina 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 16. Whoa, these are from 4 in the afternoon. What? I'm like, okay, let's see how late I am in the cut. Whoa, 4 hours. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, Alan, Patricia. So we're going to be getting into the rest of that show last night. Wow, crazy stuff, right? Poor Sebastian. Poor Sebastian. Yes, we'll be getting into that. I guess there was a call last night. We'll go ahead and check that out. Shout out to Nark Divers. Put out a video this morning from when everybody was at the search crew there. What's up, Busby? Shout out to you. The conductor. The conductor. Got some maintenance. I wanted to be with you guys this morning. We'll be here tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, early afternoon. We're going to be doing 2 shows tomorrow. We're going to have the daytime show, and then we're going to have the evening show. So we'll have 2 shows. Tomorrow will be Idaho 4. We'll be doing an Idaho 4 show tomorrow. We're going to be going through the previous court hearing. We're going to be going through the new court hearing for Idaho 4. And Rosie's going to join us. And she wanted to go over that as well. So we're going to be going over that tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Idaho 4. Then tomorrow night, we'll probably continue into this conversation as well. I do apologize. I want to apologize that I meant to have that video drop. I meant to have that video drop for the members. I'm going to do it right after the show's done. Okay, tonight. I did want to apologize. Some stuff came up today. And I had to get all the vehicle stuff done. And it was just, when you only have an hour and 58 minutes to do a 2-hour job, and then all of a sudden something just gets thrown in your lap. And that takes the whole hour and 56 minutes. It's like, yeah. So we'll have that drop after this show. Promise. And then the rest of them will come this weekend. But wait till you see the one that I dropped for you. Woo! Just wait. Well, not dropped, but will drop after the show. And I'll drop a link. Well, no, I guess I can't drop it before it comes out. I could, but no. Just look for it about. It'll probably come out at midnight. I'll probably have it come out at midnight. Just to let this. But you'll see. Or when you wake up in the morning, you'll see it. Trust me. Thank you everybody for the likes and the 100. Definitely go sub to Grizz. Very talented individual out there. I hope he's found too, Marsha. We're going to be taking a little break. There's my playlist if you want to check it out. We also have another one for other cases. but we're going to be going to cover some other cases here, and then we'll probably swing back for a day. We'll probably swing back for a day to go help. So, Balance Jade, thank you. Crime Lies and Videotape. Appreciate all the hard work you do out there, too. Definitely go sub to Crime Lies and Videotape if you're not. That's a sleuther mind right there, y'all. I need to get Crime Lies. Crime Lies. We need to get together. Beyond. We need to get together with what I'm doing. I want you to be part of my team. Because we'll have to talk with what you're doing and how you do it, and then you mix it. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Not just joining though. The way that you know what I mean? The way that you I just woke up from a nap. I had to have a nap today. It was a long day. I'm like, I got to reset from the world, y'all. I got to reset from the world. Speaking of, I don't understand why the trolls are going to Britney's show. I want to apologize to Britney, allegedly with Britney J. I want to apologize to her for trolls coming to her channel and saying that I'm going on some kind of banning spree and all this other stuff. I don't know why people have to go start stuff in her chat room. You know what I'm saying? That's why I didn't even come over there last night. Because it's like, I feel, you know what I mean? I'm like, I feel bad that pieces of shit are going over there just, you know what I mean? It just, you know what I mean? Because they go over there and they quote things like they watched the show, but they didn't watch the show because they're like, CJ's the only one. He said he's the only one that's, yeah, I said that a few weeks ago, and then we changed shit up when people started being stupid as fuck, right, mods? We changed it up, and I even said it on my show multiple times. Mods, if they're going to be, forget the chances. If they're coming in disrespectful already, and I even said it didn't even matter if they were best friend. If they're coming in disrespectful, you're giving me less than 100, go. So it was no ban spree or he's the only one. He was in a bad mood. Dude, get the fuck out of here. Grow the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Grow the fuck up. Put your big pants on. All right? Put your big pants on. Hey, you're out here trying to be sleuthing in the true crime community, but then you're wearing the short pants. It's like, what's going on here? What's going on? Fucking people. I heard it from. Obviously, you didn't, because if you're watching my show, you heard when I changed it up because of the dumbasses. I'm like, all right, this. No, this is not how we do it here. You know, this is not how we do it. And it doesn't matter. People will come in and be disrespectful. We don't play. What's up? We don't play. Can I get a mic check? There you go, Charlie. What's up, Charlie? Shout out to Charlie, too. He was a maestro as well. What's up, Posh? So I want to apologize. What's up, Combat? I want to apologize to Brittany for that dumb shit coming over in her chat. For that dumb shit coming in her chat. That's why I was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna come hang out tonight. I'm not even gonna come in chat. And it's sad. It's sad when I have to do that with friends, you know, just because the dumbass trolls can't grow the fuck up. You know what I mean? I love you, Brittany. Appreciate you. And I might not even come over tonight because of the dumb shit. But you can hear it from myself. What the hell's up, you know? All right, hold on here. Yeah, do that. Thank you. What's up, Sarah's? Great voice out there. Be swinging by probably in a couple weeks, but I got to go cover some other things here. And honestly, after everything that I've done over there, I really don't feel appreciated at all. And I know there's families out there that will appreciate everything that I could do, and so that's what it's about. It's about surrounding yourself with those who have the same soul as you. Appreciation, empathy, putting yourself in other people's shoes too, because that's what we do when we go out there and do everything that we do and sacrifice what we sacrifice to go do what we do, is because of empathy. So we display it on a minute by minute basis. Minute by minute basis. And you guys see it. That's all you see from me, because really I wake up and I work and I go to bed, and I wake up and I work and I go to bed. And so really when I say it's all for them 150%, if somebody was sleeping in the same bed next to me, they would see. Wow, dude. It is 150, because it is. What's up, Sergeant King? Thank you. Fly Girl 517. What do you fly planes? That'd be sweet. I love those videos of people flying planes. I don't get in them. I don't get in them. Hell no. But I like watching the videos. I like pretending I'm in a plane, right? Pretending. Ooh, look at that. Pretending. What's up, April? Thank you. Yes, that's right. So I just, I might not even go over there tonight because it's the dumbass trolls. You know what I mean? Come on now. Let's think with the big brain here. Let's not have to go to cooking shows. All right, so I wanted to share this here real quick. Couple things too. We're going to do some unboxing. I have no idea what the hell. I don't know what's in this thing. I have no idea. And I have no idea what's in this thing. No fucking clue at all. None at all. All right. But here, now my favorite one is the neon yellow, but that one's getting finished here tonight, because I'm going to be wearing it. I'm going to be wearing these when I go on my searches here. Hopefully you can see it. I don't know if you can see it because of the green screen. Search Crew, CJ's Crime Concepts. All right. So whenever we're out there, we're going to be Search Crew, right? Look, we're a search crew. Okay. Heads up. No danger. No danger. Heads up. This is what they're for. So when we're out here searching, they know, yo, you're searching, all right? And then on the back, excuse me, I'm so dehydrated from the last few days down there with the searching. I'm still trying to catch up on my water. And then here's the other side. Come on. Oh, hell no. Hold on 1 second. This damn green screen. Just give me a second. There. Yeah, you get to see the background for a minute. All right. So here's this. You got CJCC. Find us on YouTube at Evil CJ. Peace, positivity, and progress. That's going to be on the back. On the front, you're going to see the search crew, CJCCs, because most of the time your hood's going to be covering it anyway, right? So we don't want search crew on the back. We want search crew on the front. That way everybody can see, yo, we are searching. We are not trying to do anything that's going to affect anybody negatively. Because when it came to those gunshots, everybody, and we discussed it last night, when it came to those gunshots, so when you are out there searching for loved ones, you always want to be safe. And I think that's going to add an extra layer of safety when we're out there. Because no matter who comes up to us, they will see we are part of a search crew. All right, so here's the first box. I have no idea what it is. I don't know what that is. Okay, hold on. And if, excuse me, and if you sent this, let me know. Because I have no idea what it is. I have no idea. Hold on. Whoa. Are you serious? Oh my gosh, no way. For real? No way. These are GoPro batteries. Oh my gosh, and it's a charger. Hold on. Ooh, look at this. Oh my lord. Oh my gosh. And it has little cases. It has little cases for the batteries too. Hold on. Oh my gosh, whoever sent this. Oh my gosh, thank you. Oh my gosh, look at this. How do I pull this out? How do I pull this out? Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh, look at this. Three GoPro batteries. And it's a charger so I can charge 3 batteries at once. Oh my gosh. That is so awesome. That is so awesome. Oh my gosh, that helps so much when I'm out. Oh wow, then I don't have to have that. I know, cause right when you got, I don't know. Well, you guys didn't see it, right? When I was out there on the boat, and I had to have the frickin' cord like wrapped around my head and shit. If you're watching the other videos that are recording both of their shows, you'll see I have like a cord freaking hanging over my head, and it's going down here, and it's like, what the hell? And like little cases to put the batteries in when they're charged. Oh my gosh. That is so awesome. That helps so much. That helps so much. Then I don't have to wear the cord around my head anymore. That's so awesome. That is so awesome. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Here, let me... Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Oh, I'll have more freedom now. I don't have this cord hanging over me anymore. Oh my gosh. All right. And thank you. Is it... What was it? IMO or so? I'm telling you, that is a game changer. Yes, I'm excited. That's a game changer. That cord, oh, I was like so restricted because I had to have not only the cord but the battery that it had to be plugged into, and it was just like, now it's gonna be. I'll have both hands. I don't have to hold it like this. Oh yes, it's gonna help when I have to like climb over shit for real. When I have to climb over shit. What is this? Some kind of... Oh, sorry about that. Some kind of like... I don't know. Here's the box. Safety apparels. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. And you know what? Check this out. Because I have a Cricut machine for the business. Oh, look at this. I'm not going to cut that off. It even comes with a bow. It even comes with a bow. This is so awesome. And it's a thank you. So, what is it? IMO got the batteries. Thank you, IMO. If you got these, let me know. So when I'm out there searching in dangerous areas, I got a hoodie with reflective right there for my safety. Thank you so much. And it's heavy duty. Ooh, it's soft too. Heavy duty, soft. See, you got. And then since I got the Cricut machine, guess what? The stuff on that can get printed right on here. So not only it can be a reflective hoodie, but it can be a reflective search crew hoodie. Yes. That is so awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you so much. Give me 1 second. Let me get back to the city. There we go. What's up, Rosie? You belong to the city. And I'm back in the city now. That was so awesome. Oh my gosh. Freaking GoPro batteries and oh, that's a game changer too. For safety. GoPro batteries so I don't have this stuff. I have more movement. And with the reflective hoodie, game changers. Thank you everybody. Appreciate you. And hold on, we got a contribution call out too. Phantom, there from the get-go. From the very beginning, y'all. Phantom was there when I had 50 subs. Phantom was there when I had 50 subs. Member for 8 months. Thank you so much, Phantom, for all your support. I know it's more than 8 months. YouTube just got glitchy there on the 9th month there. I want to say thank you very much for all your support and everything that you do, Phantom. Holy crap. Look at... Hold on. Contribution call out. Phantom with the 20 gifted memberships. Guess what, people? There's going to be 20 more people tonight that are going to see that Members Live special early upload. It's a Christmas gift. That's before Christmas Eve. And then you're going to get the rest of them coming up this weekend just because of all the support that you guys have been showing with the membership. I'm giving you an early gift today. Unfortunately, it wasn't this afternoon. It'll have to be this evening because of some shit today. But I want to say Sergeant King was gifted, Jazz, Posh, Sooner Girl, Keep Up the Chatter, April, Debbie, Angie, Combat Vet, Butterfly Angel, Sam, Mark and Betty, Reality Wins, ooh, Dre. We got DS. We got Renee. We got Springtime Honey. We got Mimi. We got American Princess. We got Christy Adams with the gifted membership as well. Wow. Thank you so much, Phantom, for your support. And like I said, Phantom was one of those. Phantom's an OG. Phantom was there when I only had 50 damn subs. So thank you, Phantom, for sticking through this whole time. And I'm going to tell you, isn't it? This is why I appreciate everybody being with us as we continue to grow into the future. Because Phantom, when you can look back on when I was at 50 subs and as time has grown, Phantom, isn't it crazy how it's like watching like a garden or something? You know, you start off with just a plot of land, you know, and you go plant little seeds from the community. You go plant little seeds. Everybody's a little seed, and sometimes weeds come up. But the flower garden, the flowers, everybody that becomes this flower in this plot of land that I created. And then people come in here with gifted memberships. The miracle grow for the garden and those flowers. And look at it, Phantom. Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy how from back then and then it's crazy. Making me think of everything. It's crazy. It is. It's a beautiful flower garden. I just got the land, and I just said, "Stay away, crappy animals that want to come poop all over my grass. Get out of here." Right? I put up a gate. I put up a gate around that plot of land because that's the atmosphere that I wanted to create for everybody and to make sure that is held together. So I put up that gate. And I don't want no bullshit coming in that flower garden because that flower garden, you see what I mean? Yes. What's up, Rosie?
Hi, I think I was frozen while I was trying to greet you guys. Sorry. Sorry.
um,
Hello.
you're good. You're good. So, what's up, people? Jackie, seeds flourish our universe, right? Yes, thank you everybody for the support too. Just hit 10K. Um, we had a big K giveaway a week or two ago, something like that, but that was for the night. The next giveaway we're going to be having coming up is going to be for the daytime because there's a lot of people from across the pond that didn't get to join because of how late it was and the time difference over there. So we'll be doing one during the daytime tomorrow as well. But that's still going to be probably in between 2 to 3 weeks from now is what I'm looking at. About 2 to 3 weeks from now is when we're going to be doing that one for the daytime. So, no turn. So, did you guys? I'm sure you guys did. You guys heard. Nark Divers. He was on the show last night. We were discussing. Basically, like we did like a recap of kind of like the search and all this other stuff, and he had brought up about the call uh, with Proudfoot, and it was kind of interesting. It was kind of cool because after we got done with the show, and then I seen the video that he released, and I was like, "Shout out, dude!" Like that's good because it should be transparent, right? It should be transparent, and so it was good to see that he had put it up there. So shout out to him. We're gonna check that out. We're gonna get in. We're gonna finish that Pascal conversation that we were getting into last night, and then you guys were saying that there was another call last night with even more. So I figured we would get into that too. Have another extended show tonight. That's why we're on early. But tomorrow, are you going to be available tomorrow? Like around 1 o'clock Eastern until tomorrow's the Idaho 4 court hearing. Yeah.
I mean,
I
yes.
was
I was just trying to work out what that was, but yes.
yeah. I was thinking about cuz I know that we were discussing it for like the last week and a half. I was thinking about uh maybe tomorrow doing like a midday show where we cover the previous court hearing for Idaho 4 and then we cover the new one live. And since I'll be here at the studio, if you'd like to do that, that'd be sweet. Cover yeah. Oh, he'll be on Court TV. We might check it out tonight. I don't know. There's still quite a bit of conversation we have to listen to from last night's show that we were getting into. But I don't know. Vinny needs to quit having certain people on, and I'm not saying him, but I'm just saying Vinny or whoever needs to quit having certain people on there that have no idea what the hell is even going on with the case because some of the guests that they have up there, it's like we're sitting right here. Maybe it's just because of my name or something. I don't know, or maybe it's just because we don't make the short videos. I don't make the short videos. Mine are all live streams and in live shows. I really don't make a lot of the short form content, so maybe they just don't even know what we do. But yeah, the calls or the conversation that we were getting into last night was really heartbreaking. There was more things going on I had no idea about, and It was really sad. You just it's just you hate to see it when there's a child out there that gets failed so many times. You know what I mean? It's like continue to get failed, just over and over and over from different directions, and it's like, let alone one fail. The fact that it was happening over and over and over from different direction, it's like, come on. And thank you for those. It's like, come on. Failure, 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 failure. It's so sad. It's so sad to see it, Mic check. What was that, CJ? Oh, sorry. That was a mic check, Vinny. I'm still dehydrated. That's what I would say. He'd be like, "Hey, CJ, are you? We'll be good in about 5." And I'm like, "Okay, Vinny. Are you okay, CJ? Yeah, sorry. I'm just a little dehydrated from the trip." Sorry. And he wouldn't know nothing about it. He wouldn't even know it was a side joke. I'd be like, just sliding in there with that, right? He wouldn't even know about it. But I'd be recording that shit for real. I'd be recording that shit for real because I would figure out a way to record it so that way I could show it to you guys. Both reactions or what? Sorry, sorry, Vinny. Sorry, Vinny. Just a little Just let me drink some coffee. All right, we're good. Right. What's up? Yeah, so I figured we'd check that out tonight too. How are you doing? What time is it at where you're at right now?
20 to 2.
20 to 2. Oh my gosh. That is late.
I'll stay a little.
I appreciate it. All right. So let me see here. I'm going to go through, see if there's anything breaking here real quick, and then we're going to get into some of that other stuff. Let me see here. See if there's anything breaking. And there's a couple videos I wanted to play, little video clips that they took from the vigil from a couple days ago. I wanted to play those, and then we'll get into some of these the other conversations, because I feel like I need to hear the rest of it. I see what you guys mean when you we're talking about the other one. That was crazy. But we'll check out that Nark Divers call too. That was when it was at the construction site where the pond was. If you guys remember when Nark Divers was walking through, and when we were talking about it last night, he was talking about how he would have to step and then go down because the reason that they do that is because they're trying to see if there's anything under the mud, because sometimes it'll settle. So you don't want to step down completely and then destroy any kind of evidence. Just like you don't want to, like when I'm out there digging, right? I don't want to keep digging when I smell something, because if I smell something, I want to start, doing this, not trying to dig in, because then something gets disrupted. It's the same kind of thing. And so that's what they're doing. And it was that pond right there. So we were all parked right up there. There was the pond right down there. And then we were all just kind of hanging around. Yeah. Thank you for the kind words for them too. Definitely. And I know you're all sub, but we're going to be sharing the links as well when we get to that. The muck was deep. Busby knows. Busby was there. Yeah, and that's another thing with these trolls. There's a lot of channels out there that are upset that I'm getting the attention that I'm getting. And, it's all you have to think about is like Star Wars, and you have all these little teeny ships going, and it's just like, come on, grow the fuck up, grow the fuck up. Like, we're all here to be together, do it together. a collective unit, so I don't understand why other people attack other people. It doesn't make sense to me because we're supposed to be doing it together. So those little mosquitoes, you just get some off and you're good. Lighter, you're good. And that's what it
You
is.
really do.
And you just and then they go over somewhere else and say, CJ did this, CJ did that. Yeah, okay, whatever. I don't care. Have fun. Proof is in the pudding. That's right. I like anything, like what I'm saying. My footage speaks for itself, whether it comes to what I do, how I do it, where I do it, any of it, how often, like right there. All you have to do is go watch. All you have to do is go watch. All right, let me see here. I don't see any updates. If there is any, mods, let me know in chat, but I know you always do ahead of time anyway. Let me see here. So we'll be going on the road here in a couple days too. So we'll be hanging out, chilling, just chit-chatting on the road. Talking about different cases too. Let me go to my Sebastian folder. Okay. Now, this is, since we are going to check this out too. And then there's a Nancy Grace video. Oh my gosh. The other episode from last night is 3 hours. That's crazy. Is it really? How long was Seth on last night, you guys, on Pascal? Good evening, Casey. How long? Oh, yeah? Where's the footage? It's where the sun don't shine for you. I'm waiting for CJ to give his best Chewbacca. How do you do it? I can't do it. And I'm not going to try. Maybe if I practice it and then I can try and do it, I'd have to listen to it.
Do some rehearsals.
Yeah. I'd have to. It's been come on, guys. I've been like, shit, how long has it been since I watched Star Wars with Chewbacca, yo? Like when I was a kid, maybe. I just remember like something like that. Something like that. And if I try and look it up, I'll probably get slapped with copyright, and then they'll take my Charmin. And it's not worth it. So I'll listen. Let me write that down. Chewbacca. There we go. Yeah. Chewbacca. There we go. All right. All right. So let me see here. This is that Nark Divers. Shout out to them. Jumping up almost at 6K. Let me share their channel real quick. Hold on. And let's show the screen too. All right. Nark Divers. Why is it showing my face? That's weird. YouTube being buggy. There we go. Nark Divers. That way you guys get the right page in case there's somebody else with the same name. That's why I always like to show their page too, because sometimes people's names are similar and then you go to type it in and then you might end up going to the wrong one. So that's why I always like showing the background of their channel too. So this is Nark Divers. Now, this is what was crazy to about 20 minutes. Okay, thank good. Because I was like, yo, we can't do 5 hours of that. So this is what was interesting. And this is what I didn't understand. Now, speaking of, Pascal came out with a video today where talking about the trail to the pond. Now, I don't know. Now, you guys know that I've been out there. I haven't been able to watch a lot of YouTube videos on people's shit. I've been out there for the last 2 weeks talking to people. Okay. So my information that I get is talking to people, not watching YouTube videos. So when I heard that people were shocked that there was a trail with the dog from the house to the pond, I was like, why is it shocking? I thought everybody knew that already. So even though they said something different, when I'm out there for the last 2 weeks with the community, and we're even having conversations on our searches where we're talking about the talk of the trail from the house to the pond. So I was like, whoa, I didn't know it was a big surprise today that there was conversation being talked about the trail from the house to the pond. I just thought everybody already knew it already. So I was shocked to hear the that thumbnail that everybody does. The open mouth and so, but shout out to them. This is awesome though, because like he said, you brought it up last night. It's about being transparent, right? So we're going to go ahead and play this too, just like I was last night. I was transparent. Okay. This is why in the beginning of the show last night, this is why I needed to be transparent about what took place with my own situation and conversation, right? So it's all about it's all about transparency. That's why we do what we do and how we do what we do. And so you're going to see it right here. This was from Saturday, all right? Saturday, Sunday. I'll have to look at it. Once I watch it, I'll know exactly what day it is. But this is something that, we're not like as soon as we get done having it, hurrying up, it's there's a different approach here. And so shout out to Nark Divers for doing it this way, and shout out to him for putting the video out for the transparency, because that's what it's about.
Said that they did, or she did, or didn't. And I didn't know who she actually worked for, so. Yeah, well,
there's a lot of BS out there. People saying there was no dogs in.
That's what I heard, and then I read it. I read the article from the actual news, and it said that the dogs got a scent that they from an article clothing or something, and then they tracked all the way here, like several times.
Well, here's you a better one. There was the dispatcher. The call got released from the dispatchers to the deputies and the responding units. In that.
Hold on, I'm trying to get you like a zoomed in closed caption, but still showing the content. Hold on here, or the credit. Hold on 1 second. I got an idea. Let's see, is that, there we go. Okay, hold on. Now let me adjust this. So we'll go about right here. Okay, there we go. That'll be the best I can do here, because I want to show you guys both. It's important for that.
Said that they did, or she did, or didn't. And I didn't know who she actually worked for, so. Yeah, well,
there's a lot of BS out there. People saying there was no dogs in.
That's what I heard, and then I read it. I read the article from the actual news, and it said that the dogs got a scent that they from an article clothing or something, and then they tracked all the way here, like several times.
Well, here's you a better one. There was the dispatcher. The call got released from the dispatchers to the deputies and the responding units. In that release of information, you can clearly hear the dispatcher and the cops all say the dog's got a scent is over here in this pond.
Okay.
And I mean, for people to say no, it didn't. Now you're bullshit, because
yeah, and that's what.
Deputies said that shit in the dispatch.
And that's what everybody kept saying. And I'm like, there's got to be some truth to this, because that doesn't make any sense. Like, so yeah, they tracked here. So.
Yeah, and then like I said, the path that they tracked. So ours, if you're in that subdivision,
yeah,
directly, the next subdivision over to the left is our subdivision.
Okay.
It's called Victoria see that to the right they're cutting in the new road that will link
All
the
this
two
together.
subdivisions.
Okay.
Yeah. The scent
Is that what he's talking about directly right there?
No, on the other side.
So a track.
So right here, the home, the home is kind of away from us. Okay, so where we're looking straight, the home is right over in that direction. Okay, so it's like a if when we were doing our sweep of the area and we were going up and down and you saw the construction crew at that intersection, that's the intersection Proudfoot is talking about. And I can show you the footage to show you the intersection, and you can even see the construction workers on the footage when we're going in that neighborhood. And so what you're seeing, so when we go to my footage, understand that those houses that are going to be on the right side as we're driving up to the construction corner, the houses that are on the right side are the houses that you're seeing straight ahead. So yes, they already drained. Give me a break. They already drained it, but they drained it, and if you watch the shows, you would see there was a lot of mud there, and there was things that settle. And when it comes to the search, oh please, when it comes to the search, there's a reason why they went and searched where they searched, because they had specific spots that the PI needed them to go check again. Because it's about leaving no stone unturned. So what? They drained the pond. Did they check the mud underneath? And that's what they were doing at this pond. So it doesn't matter if they drained it or not. All right, but those houses on the right side of my footage are the houses straight ahead. The pond is, see where that prime bottle is? In the direction that the prime is facing. You go straight out from where the word prime is, and that's where the pond is that they're talking about. So we were actually parked right back to the left of this truck right here, right on the other side of the driveway in between us. See, houses up there. The Proudfoot home goes there.
And do you know how much they actually drained?
They drained the whole thing.
It's okay.
So initially,
But the mud.
when they went over to look at it, it was only knee deep. From the picture that you showed me, there's a lot of new runoff.
Yeah, that's what
from where they're cut. Yeah.
Trying to figure out. I was like, I don't know how shallow it was before or after.
Yeah. I'm 5'9", and it was knee deep.
Okay.
So, and they even drained it and still walked it.
Okay. So they actually walked it. I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I'm gonna pause it real quick. I'm gonna show you guys this here. So this is here. Let me change this. We'll go to this. Okay, so this here is the pond. Okay. Now, yes, they drained the pond. But look at the yes, they drained the pond, but look at all the mud. Okay? Did they check the mud? That's the important thing. This is the pond from this view. So see the red truck? You got the red truck, the white car behind him. You got our cars. Okay? The houses that were off to the side are these houses right here. And this is us looking around in this pond here. Okay? Then you see all the mud. You see the pond. You see how low it is. It's only a couple feet. But did they check the mud? And that's one of the reasons they were there. Here's the other side. And look at this. Look at the mud. There's a reason why we checked. Because you can't tell me right there. Well, we had already swept that whole construction area with the canine with Rex. We swept that whole area. We searched and swept the whole area. And then this right here, okay? This right here, when it comes to mud, right, exactly, gray screen. The mud is like quicksand. It sucks you down. And then what happens to anything, it becomes like its own shell. It becomes like its own shell. So if something gets sucked down, it gets its own little suction shell that keeps everything together. Well, then it's very thick. Keeps everything together, right? So who's to say, like I said, we want to leave no stone unturned. So who's to say we had to check. That's why he did what he did and how he did it. And that's why you'll see, here's another spot. That mud is so thick. And that's just right there. You're talking the whole pond. Here's one of the drains that, it's not even bolted, you guys. Look, there's bolt holes, but there's no holes for the bolt to go into. This grate is a danger. Look, there's no bolt holes. And look at how far down. Yeah, so what? It's got a ladder. Look at how far down of a drop that is.
So
And
it's
you
just
got-
sitting there?
Yeah.
Mostly?
Yeah, and you got kids playing around. Right. Another shot of like a side view of the mud. This is why when we go there and I take these photos, because it's a different perspective, you guys, when you get to see the actual perspective of it. Because look at it, there's a reason why people can sit there and go, the pond was for clicks. No, the pond was because that's what the PI or the family requested. And look, when we go to this spot, we're all like, yo, what's in the mud? It was crazy. And you can go to our Boots and Boats search that we did this weekend, and you can watch it all. We actually started, what was it? We started at the construction site first. That was sweeping with the canine. Then we went to another location. Then we came back to the pond, and that's when this took place. This was on Saturday. Another shot. There's another little pond that was back here too. See the cemetery? So the one that we searched the day after, see right here in the background? Right here, see this pond? This is what we did Saturday. This is what we did Saturday. So that's the pond there. You have the cemetery right here. And then here's another pond that we checked too. That's where I fell, because there's a lot of spots over here where the grass is the same level, but there's huge pits in the ground and your foot will literally just drop straight down. Just drop
Yeah, I
straight
remember
down. And that's what happened to me. My foot dropped straight down. I fell this way. I'm lucky I didn't tear a fucking ligament or something. Shout out, because really it could. And none of my equipment fell in the water. So that was like a huge bonus right there. Who cares, if I got a little twisted. Here's some more. Here's the pond right here, the construction site, the slopes. Here's another picture of the drain close up. Come on. That's so thick, you guys. Look. It looks like brownie batter. No?
Yeah.
Like brownies. It looks like brownies.
Mm.
Thank you, Clue, and thank you for all that you do out there as well. I appreciate it. bringing awareness. It looks like cake batter. Where did they pump the water? I don't know. Well, this is how I thought. This is how I think they drained it. Look, hold on. Where's my? Here, look. I think that's how they drained it. They cut a slab. They cut a slab out. And then this plywood wasn't there, and I think that's how they drained the pond, you guys. Because I think this plywood was after they drained the pond, so they could get the pond to rise up again. Because that piece of plywood is higher. So I don't know. How did they drain it? Does anybody have video of it? I don't know. Does anybody have video of it?
It's a good question.
Am I crazy, or could that riprap not hinder his scent coming out of the water? Oh, for sure. But man, the dead skin cells, even from your hair, or I mean, even if you're muddy, I would, unless you're completely covered, as we're walking, they're just flying off of us. Like every step we take, skin cells are just continually. And that's how these canines can get those scents in the trails, is from the continuous, maybe who knows? Maybe you ended up, I don't know. Because it's like quicksand. You guys, if you guys, I don't know if Nark Divers streamed this part for their search, but if you go watch Saturdays, you'll see how he steps in. Like I said, it's about making sure you preserve any kind of evidence. But you can see how he steps in, and to make sure that he's not going to disturb something. And then how when his foot goes in, and you can see it's like, I almost feel like I have to play it just to show you guys real quick. Hold on. Let's see. Let me see where it's at. It was towards here. Here we go. And we'll get back to that phone call in a minute. Let's see. Here it is. Let's see if I can get a spot where he's real close. Here's the link to the video if you want to see it full screen for yourself. Let me see here. Let's go over here. We'll just do this. We'll cover. So, and here's the link to that. So I'll just let it play for a minute, and you can watch how Nark Divers approaches, and then you can see the mud, like for real. Look at how he's having to walk through this. I was asking him during, before and after, and during, like, dude, this has got to be exhausting, because you're literally, like, you're walking through quicksand, and the effort that it takes to not only walk, but then pull up continuously over and over and over and over and over. And the reason he's got a rope around him is because if he falls, he's not getting sucked in to the quicksand of the mud. It does. It looks like peanut butter. Hey, it could be. It could be. I'm thinking he ran away too.
I also think so.
And like I came up with that map, I think that's the areas that need to be searched ASAP again. And I'll drop it here. Let me see. I'll drop it again if you guys want to take a screenshot. This right here. And I'm just putting this in mod chat so I can pull it up real quick, mods. Sorry. And I'll let that play some more, and then I'll show the map. It's if and it doesn't have nothing to do with the pond for it. I don't know. I don't see how he could get to the pond and not be on surveillance with all those ring cams in the neighborhood. But maybe I need to go by the construction part again up there in that neighborhood, because I am going to show you that part with the footage anyway. Like I said in a minute or a few minutes ago. So watch, now that we got a close up, watch, there's some water and then there's thick mud too in certain spots. Now he's going real slow. Boom, 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 boom. And it was going up to his knees almost. About this far from his kneecap. See that? Look, he's almost about to fall. Now it's getting real hard to even walk through. It's like quicksand. Send me a map then, Clue, if you got all of it mapped. evilcj@gmail.com. Yeah, I was too. I'm like, dude, it only takes. And another thing too, like the ligaments, if you twist, like think about it, if you're stuck and you twist a certain way, especially your knee, when your foot is locked into mud, you twist your knee the wrong way and all of a sudden you tear ligaments, you guys. Tendons, ligaments.
Yeah, with all that resistance.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
So let me see here. We'll get back to this phone call. I'm going to start it from the beginning. I just wanted to show that real quick. We had just started getting into it and then the closed captioning. So let me switch back to, where's the screen? Let me switch back to this. We'll get this back up here and we'll check out this call again here.
Stuff that they did or she did and or didn't. They know who she actually worked for. So yeah, well,
There's a lot of BS out
Whoa, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Bama, are you playing? Because we had heard that there was something a few days ago, but then we heard that it wasn't true. Hold on 1 second. I got to do a contribution call out here. 1 second. Jax Wolf, $2 super chat. Is he really taking down flyers? I don't know, Jax. I didn't ask anymore, and I didn't even ask the question. And as far as I could be, it could be just hearsay. So I don't know. I didn't ask any more questions when that information was offered, because that's not what I was about. That's not what my mission was. I don't need to know things that Ellie doesn't want put out there. Okay? It's that simple. That's why I don't ask and I don't go back into it, because if you go to my show, when you saw that information being offered, what did CJ do? After that was done, asked a question about the search, about where he needs to go, where I need to go. Go watch it. The footage is there. There was no bait and hook. Somebody fucked up and blamed me for it. Bama, 256, CJ Dillon rounds, body just discovered. Are you sure? And thank you for being a member for 7 months. We had heard something a few days ago, but is it true? Was he found for real? I need to know, because this is crazy. It is true, Dylan Round. Are you serious? Oh my gosh, no way. Are you serious? Sent to mod chat. Oh, that family. Oh my gosh. The poor family. Hold on, you guys. Since we just rewound this, we're gonna go to this real quick. Oh, this poor family. Hold on 1 minute, you guys. Oh, this poor family.
It says East Idaho News.
Yeah. It's an article for some reason here. Hold on. Is there like Is there a YouTube video? Is there a YouTube video for this? Hold on.
News.com, we have some breaking news to bring you right now. The body of Dylan Rounds has been found. Dylan Rounds, his remains have been found in the remote area of Lucin, Utah. Dylan is the young 19-year-old who vanished over Memorial Day weekend back in 2022. He was a farmer. He moved to the desert town of Lucin, Utah, which is in northern Utah, kind of near the Nevada border, when he vanished. And his family tells me that this morning his remains were found near or in Lucin in a remote area. That's all the information that we have at the moment from his family. Of course, Rounds
poor
have been
family.
missing since May of 2022. The 19-year-old spoke with his mother on the phone right before he vanished, and his family has spent the past 2 years searching for answers. His mother, Candace Cooley, tells me that as part of a plea agreement with James Brenner, the man accused of killing Dylan,
He gave up the info?
Brenner led the investigators out to the
Oh,
site where the remains were
wow.
on Tuesday morning, which would be today.
Wow.
On April 9th, in case you're tuning in, or you're watching on another day. They got there, they found those remains, and they have been recovered. Now, Brenner is charged with aggravated murder and abuse or desecration of a human body in connection to Rounds' death. Let me show you just how remote this area is.
Right.
That's where Dylan was farming. That was his camper. That was his truck. And you can see there's not much around this area. It really was a desolate area. James Brenner, this is the man who is facing those charges. He, again, must have said something to investigators or cooperated or something. We don't have all of the details at this point, but they do have the remains because of where James Brenner led them. This is a spot where James Brenner had his camper. He lived near Dylan Rounds out there. Both of them were in separate campers. And when Dylan's family went out to begin looking for him in late May of 2022, they found his boots right there behind that mound of dirt, which was some distance off. And there was also a shed right by James Brenner's camper. This is what that shed looked like. And within a few days of Dylan disappearing, James Brenner cleaned that shed to the point of how it looks now. You know, it doesn't look very clean, maybe to some of us, but he did remove bags out of that shed, according to Dylan's family, and he did take those to an undisclosed location.
Wow.
And so all of this would likely have come into play if there was a trial. It still could, as far as evidence. But as I mentioned, according to Dylan's family, as part of some sort of plea deal, Brenner took the authorities to the area where Dylan's body was, and they were able to find it. I spoke with Dylan's family. They, of course, are a lot of emotions tonight. This has been such a mystery since for 2 years now. But Candace did ask me to convey, we thank everyone for their support and love.
Wow.
We are grateful we now have Dylan's body and can bring him home as we continue our fight for justice.
Wow.
And unclear when Mr. Brenner will appear in court again. There was a hearing scheduled for this month, but at last check that was delayed. However, now with the recovery of Dylan's body, it could be had sooner rather than later. I want to show you on a map just where this place is, if it's desolate. And when I say this place, I don't mean where Dylan's remains were actually found, other than it was in the Lucin area, but that's a very large area. But this is where Lucin is. If you pull out here, you can see the Nevada-Utah border right here on the left of your screen. And then over here is Montello, Nevada.
Right.
Dylan went back and forth between Montello and Lucin quite a bit. This was another, if you want to say big town, it's not real big, but the closest, nearest town to where Lucin is. So he went back and forth between these two places. And in the early stages of the investigation, there was a lot of focus on Montello, and then it seemed to shift into Lucin. I don't even know if there's a population count for Lucin, but they do have an airport, as you can see. If we zoom out quite a bit more, this will give you a reference as far as where this is located. So over here is Tremont in Utah, Brigham City, Malad is here, Lava Hot Springs, Blackfoot, Shelley. So it's right over here. And it's quite a distance if you were to fly from Idaho Falls, if you were to drive from Idaho Falls down to Lucin. But this is where his body was found, and this is where family are breathing a sigh of relief now that his remains have been found. So there still are a lot of questions. There still are some court stuff to obviously get worked out, to get solved, to get taken care of. This has been a case we've covered extensively on East Idaho News since Dylan vanished. In fact, here was a picture just at CrimeCon last year. They put up a "Have you seen me" poster with all of these nice messages around them. Keep fighting. Love how his parents represent him. We will find you, Dylan. Hold on to hope.
Yep.
And then there's these
right, Busby.
that his mother has shared with us and publicly on social media. There's little Dylan as a young boy feeding pigs. There he is on a tractor. He loved farming. He was big into farming, big into the outdoors, fishing.
Wow.
There he is. I don't know if he's here to keep there. Looks like he might be. And here he is on a tractor, which, again, he loved the farm, and that's what took him out to that location so that he could begin farming. He's raised in Eastern Idaho. His father is still in Eastern Idaho.
Trusted the wrong guy.
And, tonight, again, they have the answer they've been waiting for. They have recovered the body. We will continue to follow this story and bring you the latest developments. We have reached out to the Box Elder County Sheriff's Office to see if they have any comment. What usually happens in these types of cases is they cannot confirm right away 100%, like we know the ID. They'll send the body away for identification, and then it takes a day or two to get 100% confirmation. So that might be the case in this particular case, but we will just have to wait and see what they have to say. But we will keep you updated, and tonight our thoughts.
Wow, and we are gonna do a moment of silence here, and we're gonna leave this up here. Man, and I'm gonna go ahead and just again take us off. I'm gonna remove this, and we're just gonna have this up here, and a moment of silence here. All right. And here's the link for this if you'd like to have it. Give me 1 second. If you'd like to come up, Britt, you can more than welcome.
Oh, it's so heartbreaking.
Yeah. It's an answer. It's not the answer that you want, but
Yeah.
it's an answer. Unfortunately. There's the link for the article, the video, if you'd like to watch it for yourself. Yeah, it's not the place for rude comments here. Not the place for rude comments. Yeah, no problem. All right. Let me see here. We're going to go back to this. Now, this is Proudfoot's call. And thank you. Thank you, Katrina, for dropping the link for that. I appreciate it. Shout out, Katrina. And thank you guys for letting us know. Like, I had heard something before a few days ago, and I didn't know, right, Doc? The little sticky notes tug at me. Yeah. Just trusted the wrong guy. Just trusted the wrong individual. No, not the young man they found in the car. This was Dylan Rounds. What's up, CC? They found Dylan Rounds' remains. They found Dylan Rounds' remains. All right. Shout out to you. Thank you for helping us be on that. It is a show we did before covering that case as well. It's a tough one. All right, so we're going to go back to this. This is that Nark Divers call, and we were kind of showing the pond and the landscape in the area with the footage, and then showed you what they were doing, what he was doing as he was going through the pond, through the thick mud. So the pictures and the video kind of showed you it got, the difference when you see the difference of how you have to approach it, and then you see the mud going into the drain, and then that's why these different perspectives are important, because it really helps show the whole picture, not just a piece of the puzzle. All right, so we're going to get into this now. I rewound it to the beginning, and we got the closed captioning. I'm going to get ready to take some notes, and then we'll go ahead and talk about this. And after this, we'll be getting back into the stuff that we were watching last night. The one wasn't him from before. He was just found this morning. So this is something from this morning. So the one from a few days ago was not connected. This one, oh, it's okay, Rosie. If you have to hop off, I know it's like, what, 2:30 in the morning for you? Yeah. Go get some rest. Here, if you're not subbed to True Crime Overtime with Rosie, definitely go sub over there, because she did amazing work with keeping it all together. Kind of like how Busby was the coordinator maestro of the orchestra for the convoy that we had for the search crew this weekend. Rosie was the coordinating maestro for all these on the road and on location episodes. So shout out to you, because you also have where's my other pen? You also have the thing going on when we're out there on the road and on location. So go sub up to her. Deserves the love. Thank you for hanging out. And tomorrow, Idaho 4, we're going to be covering the previous court hearing, the new court hearing, all the other stuff that we need to get caught up on with Idaho 4. So come hang out with us tomorrow afternoon as we cover those. Come hang out with us for some Idaho 4. Tomorrow night, we'll be talking more about this. Appreciate you, Rosie.
Thank you so much. Good night, everyone.
Good night. What's up, Brittany?
Yeah, don't mess with it. Hey.
What's up?
Sorry,
I want
got
to
it.
first. I want to apologize to you first, because the dumb shit that was coming into your chat last night and then a little bit the night before, I want to apologize about that because there's people that like to paint things in a different picture about who we are and what we're about. And I'm sorry some of that shit is coming to your chat. So that's why I didn't come hang out last night because
Oh,
I didn't
you
even
better not do that.
I didn't even type. I didn't even type
I
because I'm
was
like,
wondering where you
no.
were at.
Yeah,
Let me
it's
tell you
because
something.
yeah,
You're probably going to end up getting more drama from hanging out with me
I don't
than
care.
me getting
No.
from hanging out with you. So you
Oh,
don't owe me no apologies. Trust
I guess we both got them drama scars on our
got
shoulders
baggage,
there, huh?
CJ. Unfortunately, that's right. We just gotta dust it off.
All
Yeah,
right.
I
Well, I
don't.
just wanted to
That's
say
not
I
on you.
apologize.
I appreciate that, but it's all right. Listen, it happens to the best of us. It usually means that you're doing something right. So that's
Yeah,
the way I
yeah,
see
yeah,
it.
yeah. Yeah, you are because the more good things you try and do, the more hate comes your way. The more important things you try and do, the more of fear that is involved with what you're doing. So it goes hand in hand, and I just kind of let it go like this. But I always feel bad when it comes to the people that I care about because I don't like to have any negativity for them just because of me. So that's where I'm coming from. So just for
Yeah.
people that I care about, it's like, hey, I just want to apologize anyway. I know there's dipshits out there, but I
Yeah.
still want to apologize because people just need to grow the fuck up, like move the fuck on.
Well, just remember, uh, don't let that keep you from coming over and hanging out though, because
Oh, I had to get some
honestly,
rest anyway. But
yeah, I'll ask them. You know me. I'll be like, bye bye, be gone. I'm
Jinsu.
not above fucking judo shop.
Yeah, the Jinsu infomercial, like, yeah,
Yeah, I
sharp
had my
shit.
own meltdown last night anyway, so it's
Oh, for
okay.
real?
Oh God, yeah. But it's okay. We're good. We're good.
Yeah. All right. Did you hear the call from Nark Divers with the Proudfoot? I'm sure you have. I'm sure you listened to
I
it, right?
actually have not. What is
Oh,
what
really?
is going on? Catch me up, please.
Well, this is what was crazy to me because this is what I was telling people. Like, I'm coming from a different viewpoint, right? So I'm coming from a viewpoint where I'm so busy the last couple weeks searching and driving and all this stuff. Hell, even when I come on your show sometimes I'm like, yo, I'm behind on the YouTube shit. I don't know. Like I don't know what's up. I just kind of know what's out there. And it was crazy to me because today there's videos. This is a conversation with Nark Divers that was out there, part of the search crew this weekend. Shout out to Nark Divers. I'll be dropping their link again in chat too. Does amazing work. There was a conversation. They came on the show last night and we had like a recap of the search and stuff. Kind of went through pictures and videos and things like that. And we started to listen to the Pascal episode, but when we were talking about it, he was talking about the Proudfoot conversation that took place where Proudfoot called him when they were out there, when we were getting ready to go, scope the pond and everything. And so being around there for the last couple weeks, there's been so much talk. There's been so much talk about in the community. I'm not into you. I'm doing my own videos and I'm talking to all the community. And there was so much talk about this trail from the house to the pond. So then when this video comes out, and shout out to Nark Divers for dropping it because it is about transparency. That's when there was videos, and I don't know, there's videos about how there was no trail or something, but to me, I thought everybody knew that there was like a trail that went from the house to the pond, and that's why they searched it, was because that trail that led them to the pond, that led them to a footprint at the pond, and that's why it was called in. So I thought that everybody knew about it, but I guess apparently not. I guess it's some new surprise or something. So, is it a surprise? Because I haven't been out on YouTube that much for the last few weeks, almost a month, really. Was it a surprise? Because this is the phone call where Proudfoot is talking to him about the trail leading to the pond. So I'm not sure. Let me see here. Let me get his link again, and I'll share that with you.
Okay, I'm hearing. See, I'm hearing that too. And listen, I just got an email. It says something may be happening with Sebastian. I don't know what that's about.
What about what was found the day
like-
yesterday, or?
No, it's a subscriber that was just like, something may be happening right now. Go. Are you a part of the groups?
Of what, Sebastian groups on Facebook?
Yeah.
No, I don't have time to check that.
Okay, let me figure this out.
Thank you, Caddy. Thank you, Caddy, because I was getting tired of that. Thank you, Caddy.
Okay.
Just dumb people.
Oh, Sarah, do me a favor. Sarah, check your messages. Somebody or anybody, if you know what because.
Oh, it was reclassified as a criminal investigation.
Yes,
Hold on.
Yeah, you didn't hear about that?
No, I heard about an Amber Alert thing, right? Seriously, I woke up and I had to go get oil change. I had to do all my stuff to prep for a trip, so I wasn't even on YouTube today. I have no idea. And even Discord, because like I was just trying to run around and get all this stuff done. And I didn't even get all of it done. I still got more to do, but I'll end up doing it soon. So it was reclassified as a criminal investigation. Hold on a second. Let me go to my Sebastian thing here. Let's see. The search. Just see. Okay, I'm not. Okay, no, that's not it. Is there like, is there like a press release or something? Or how do I see that? What is there a video? Could have said there was. Is there a video on it? Or?
There. Let me try to remember where I know that what's his name, you guys? The lab and Chris McDonough were I remember they announced it. That's where I saw the clip, and then like
well,
I'm gonna hold on.
I'm gonna pull up the scanner here. We'll listen to the scanner down there and see what the hell's going on. I'll have the scanner up. Hold on.
Yeah, Penny, I'm wondering about that too. Penny said Seth texted TBI last night about those clothes. Yes, Pascal did an interview. And Seth texted TBI while they were live. But he never, I guess he didn't get a response. Yeah, Seth asked TBI. He texted him while he was live in an interview with Pascal, and he asked TBI, were the clothes that Sebastian was wearing that night at the steakhouse, has Katie brandished those clothes? You know, that's a big deal.
Right. Yeah.
Does TBI have them? And I guess that
we asked him that when he came on my show. We asked him if he was wearing the outfit, but he couldn't confirm it. He said he didn't know because he could only see the back side of him and saw that it was a blue shirt, and he didn't even see the shoes he was wearing. He couldn't even see the shoes from that video from the restaurant, is what he told us. And when it comes to the proof of life video, why wouldn't you show, if you got a garbage truck kicking off a ring cam from the neighbor, why wouldn't their car pulling into their driveway going inside kick off that Ring camera too? And why wouldn't that be shown as a proof of life? You would see what he was wearing after, or if they even came home, because they have to have
Yeah.
video of them coming home. That car driving in front of that house is going to kick off that Ring cam, and then they're going to pull into their driveway, and that Ring cam, if the news had cropped the top 2/3 of the screen or whatever, which, come on, if you have a Ring cam, that was more than 2/3 of a video. That was like a very small corner of the video, because that Ring cams have a hell of a lot more clarity than that, you guys. Even when it's zoomed into that, hell of a lot more clarity. So to me, that was an even smaller part of what I don't think Seth saw the whole actual video, because if you listen, everybody that's got a Ring cam, that shit's clear as hell. Hold on 1 second. I got the scanner up right now. So it had to have kicked off the video. And with the video of him in his outfit, like he didn't even, because we were even asking him, did you why do you think the proof of life video was?
People died. Her boyfriend is attempting to jump off the vehicle. She's even obstructed bush traffic.
Okay, that sounds like a domestic issue. I'll have it down here. But we were even asking him, did all right, I'm gonna turn that down. Did somebody walk next to? Did they get in the car with? Was there anybody else? Because we're like, maybe there was somebody that parked next to them that went to the party, but that then split up because Chris wasn't at the party. So was there somebody else? I've wondered ever since. There's that blue truck guy, the guy that just flipped and veins came out of his neck when he was doing that shit to us. You hear about the stories of the unfaithfulness. You see the aggression of the individual, and it's like, do you have a reason for people not to dig into the case too? And then at the same time, if Chris and Katie aren't splitting up now, well, then was this guy pissed off because he was supposed to have Katie, and then it didn't work out for him? Because that dude right there in that blue truck that sat there and screamed at me, I've heard some shit about his ass, and I heard that dude was... There's a reason he was aggressive with me, Brittany. Because he didn't want shit to be found out on his side. Not that I'm not saying he had anything to do with the crime. Maybe he did. Jealous people do fucked up shit, especially when they get denied. But I don't know. That dude acted really freaking crazy. You're not listening to what are you trying to tell me? Posted on, said Ellie and PF home. What?
I
What
love
am I
how
missing?
people like to start blowing you up when you're on panel. Like, I swear, not people sitting. Don't take me wrong, guys. I'm not talking about like sending me stuff. If y'all got something, send it to me. But people, like my day-to-day life, I'll go on panel and it's like my phone will be calm the whole time. And as soon as I go live, bam, I start getting text messages and emails. And it's like, you could have called me an hour ago. Sorry.
Right?
I wasn't ignoring you.
No, you're good. Or it's like 10 minutes before the show, and we're like, "Hey, we gotta talk." I'm like, "Shit, man, I can't. I can't." Like I got, huh?
Craig's the worst about that. He'll come in and he'll be like, "Hey, you got a minute? I got to tell you something." And he'll want to embark on a whole like profound conversation. And I'm like, "I've got 5 minutes until the live. 5 minutes."
Yes, we need the cliff notes, man. We gotta have the shortened version real quick. Let us digest it. We'll discuss it after the show. Yeah. But no, I don't know. That guy in the blue truck, I've been hearing some stuff lately how there's an interest in that household, if you know what I'm saying. Not where he
Yeah.
did anything, but like at the same time, jealous people do crazy shit. And sometimes they do crazy shit to get back at you because they know they can't get to you, you know?
I
So
can't get over the shots fired too, CJ. I think
ain't that nuts?
that and the drone.
Well, check this out. And this is why I brought up the blue truck, Brittany. Because when it came to those shots, where we were at compared to where the shots happened, there were shots straight ahead from where I was at. So whenever that footage was taking place, and you'll see my camera, I'm off to the right. My camera's pointed in a different direction. So where the shots were going from the camera, it would be a little bit to the left, and then straight out is where the shots were coming from the camera. Me standing there was a different angle because I was off to the right. Okay. So the camera was like this, and I was kind of like way about like this. So the camera's here, I'm like this. So the shots are going straight for me. So the camera and up to the left. So from my camera view, up and to the left is where the shots were coming from. Guess where that's from? The frickin' neighborhood where the Proudfoots are. Then it comes from directly behind us, which I don't know. I would have to look up on Google Maps to see what was back there, and I probably should do it. But the crazy thing is before we were there from 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, and we didn't get out there until about 11 because we had to wait for church services. We were told we would have access back there, okay, at that time, but we didn't have access so we literally sat off to the other construction site for about 2 hours before we could get to that church. So this is, I'm going to show you guys. So here is where the church is, and the pond is right here, okay? So here's the pond that we were at. My camera was right here. I'm right here in this part. So my camera's here. I'm right here. The shots came from this direction, and see the neighborhood. There's the home. The shots came from this direction over here. Okay, first. And here's the pond. Like I said, it was straight from where I was standing. I'm standing here, facing the other side of the pond. Directly over is where the shots came from. Then the other shots came from somewhere back over here. Now look, it's a high school, Brittany. Now the crazy thing about this morning was when we were going there, we're driving down this road to get there, Long Hollow Pike, This Kelly Lane is the road that we would go park at for the construction, where we were doing the searches for the construction.
That really is so close to the house.
Right.
Jeez.
Here's the construction area right here. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when we're driving up to go to this, because here's the construction that we would go to, and then here's the church right next door. Here's the pond that we were searching. Now, when we were driving up there for 2 hours, before we got there, there was lights flashing and a whole bunch of traffic, lights flashing and a whole bunch of traffic the whole time we were there. Even after we were done doing our search, there was a vehicle with lights flashing right here the whole time. So when there's gunshots, Brittany, and it's coming around the frickin' school, and you have lights flashing here all morning, and you have gunshots coming from over here as well, why in the hell did we not hear any sounds of woo, 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 woo? When there's a high school right there. It's like people know people, and they're
Mhm.
allowed to harass you. And it makes you wonder how many people don't want Sebastian found there.
Flyers going down, people being ran out of town. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever witnessed. It really is reminiscent of Summer Wells, for those of you that remember how that case went. I mean, with everything, the similarities between Don Wells and Chris Proudfoot, it's crazy.
See, I never was able to get into the Summer Wells stuff very much. So how far away was Summer Wells from here?
Hers is Hawkins County, so that's what's that town? Hawkins County is Rogersville, Tennessee. Very close. I think it's. You have to look. I'm not sure, but I don't think it's far at all.
Casey, all you have to do is ask them, is there a gun range and shooting range of a high school? I mean, is there? Honestly, think about it. So the people that want to sit there and argue with people that it's a gun range, go to cooking shows. They don't have gun ranges next to high schools. Just tell them to go to cooking shows.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I get anxious. I was going to say, I'm glad that you showed this map, though, because I've also heard people say, well, it's the country. And, you know, people, listen, I live in the country, and I'm going to tell you right now that no one is going to fire weapons in this area. Everybody knows, like, if you're going to go, you know, just go shoot your weapon, you're not getting this ain't it. This ain't it. Plus, you're talking about two different directions. It was coming from two complete different directions.
Yep.
It's just and the drone too.
Yeah.
Something's way off.
Yeah, the drone flying around here. Let me switch to this to give you. So here's the pond right here. It's going to be in the middle of the screen, okay? So here's the pond. And I'll just kind of do a little one of these things. There's the pond. Okay? It was coming from, this is the line of fire. So like I said, I'm at the pond, right? I'm at the pond. My camera is facing up and to the left when we're looking at this view. I'm facing right parallel with that line. This drone flew all around this area right here. This drone was flying all over this area right here. Let me zoom back so I can show you how much it was flying. Here's the pond in the middle. This drone was flying this whole area right here around the pond. And it was literally like zooming up to us, going back. It was going, this is the outer part. But mainly the main area, because sometimes it would go out here and take footage. The main area it was doing was this right here. When it came to the zoom where you can hear, it sounds like a bumblebee next to us. This is the zone that drone was flying in most of the time. And you can literally hear it. Right, Busby? Busby was there. As soon as we pulled up, we literally just pulled up and drove up this road, and we all parked right along here. We all parked right along this road right here, and then got out and got set up right over here. This is where we all set up. So we parked up here. We all got set up right by this little building here. So you can see this in the footage. This little building right here is where we set up. And as soon as they were getting their flippers out, we were all getting our stuff set, and as soon as we walked up, I don't even think I was done walking up, to be honest, Brittany. I don't even think I was done walking up, and all of a sudden, and it just continually, it would sit there and hover. You could see the camera move down and do this shit and flip around. You could see it move around, and then it would fly over about a quarter, 90 degrees. It would come over here. Then another 90 degrees. It would be in this direction. Then another 90 degrees. It would be over here. Then another 90 degrees, and it would be here. And then it would go fly away, go get another battery, come back, do the same thing. Zzz, right on us, 20 feet above us, 30 feet above us. Zzz, then here, then here, then here. And it was the whole time while we were there searching for, I think it was 2 hours, something like that. Like 2 hours. It's and then the gunshots, and then like I said, you're by a frickin' school. You got a middle school and a high school and an elementary, yo. They're gonna have a gun range by that. Right there. The church, the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school. And not one in the whole morning before we showed up, because I was the first one at the cemetery. Then I went to the construction site because I was like, maybe I got the site wrong. No, I was everybody was just running late. So I ended up going over there. I was like, yo, we can't sit at this church because I don't even think we could get in there. And then we ended up going to the construction, had to sit there and wait at the construction area right here. We sat up here and waited because this is where we all parked, right here at the construction area. Okay. We sat here and waited, and then around 11 o'clock, then we got to go into the church, but there was still flashing lights right here the whole time. So ever since I got there, flashing lights, and who knows what's going on. Then we're back here for 2 hours, maybe 3. We leave, come back out. We go this way, but you could still see flashing lights going and all those gunshots. And that one that was going off at the end, it sounded to me like a rifle. Pop, 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 pop. Why in the hell was nobody called? Why in the hell didn't we hear any sirens? Why in the hell? Why? Oh, she dropped off. So it's very odd when it comes to all the stuff that took place. This is why we record. This is why we have audio. This is why we have to. And when I'll just keep reminding everybody, it's about protection. It's about, it ain't no BB gun. I think it was a semi, Busby. I think it was a semi, but I think it was a rifle because, like, you're like, you have to do the trigger with the semi. You can't just, and I think it was like that, semi-auto, but you're tapping it to get that effect, because when you listen to it, it's a very aggressive, intimidating way to shoot a gun. And it wasn't just a couple shots, it was yeah, we know that, Jones mama. We know that. But at the same time, you have to think below the surface. You have to think below the surface and listen to the sounds of what happens. Yeah, there's a lot of shooting everywhere. We understand that. There's a lot of country. But at the same time, we understand that when people are shooting fucking aggressive, that means they're shooting fucking aggressive even though they shoot all the fucking time. See what I'm saying? Come on now. Come on now. You add it all together and you're getting harassed from a drone. And then you have these gunshots going off from different directions. And then all of a sudden it's like, shit, this shit is so fucking simple. What the fuck is going on? There you go. What the fuck is going on? All right, we're going to go back to this call here. And I'm going to keep listening to dispatch here to see if there's any updates on it.
15 to 42. Are you east of the 6 or east of the 7?
So we're going to listen to see if there's any updates going on. I'm going to hit mute. We're going to listen to this conversation from Nark Divers. Shout out Nark Divers. And this is the Chris Proudfoot call. Trust me, I'm going to be listening to this dispatch as we check this out, but I'm going to mute it for you guys, okay? Let me switch the screen so you can get the closed captioning with it, and then let me mute the music, and we're going to go ahead and watch this real quick.
Said that they did, or she did, or didn't. I didn't know who she actually worked for, so. Yeah, well,
there's a lot of BS out there. People saying there was no dogs in.
That's what I heard, and then I read the article from the actual news, and it said that the dogs got a scent that they from an article clothing or something.
See what I'm saying? Like, this is what I don't know what was out on the YouTube streets and how this was a surprise, but all of us out there had been hearing the whole time about a trail from the house to the pond. That's what led them to the footprint in the first place. So it's shocking to me that people are waking up this morning thinking that this is that the whole trail from the house to the pond is some new shit. Because I don't know. Yeah, shout out Nark Divers. I'll be dropping their link here again. Shout out Nark Divers. Awesome people. Him and his wife.
Or didn't. I didn't know who she actually worked for, so. Yeah, well,
there's a lot of BS out there. People saying there was no dogs in.
That's what I heard, and then I read the article from the actual news, and it said that the dogs got a scent that they from an article clothing or something, and then they tracked all the way here, like several times.
Well, here's you a better one. There was the dispatcher. The call got released from the dispatchers to the deputies and the responding units. In that release of information, you can clearly hear the dispatcher and the cops all say the dog's got a scent is over here in this pond.
Okay.
And I mean, for people to say no, it didn't. Now you're bullshit.
Yeah, and that's what.
Deputies said that shit in the dispatch.
And that's what everybody kept saying, and I'm like, there's got to be some truth to this because that doesn't make any sense. Like, so yeah, they tracked here. So.
Yeah, and then like I said, the path that they tracked. So if you're in that subdivision,
yeah,
directly the next subdivision over to the left is our subdivision.
Okay.
It's called Victoria Place.
Okay.
The scent that they got, as soon as you turn in our subdivision, you're on Kelly. Driving all the way up to the very top of the hill at a four-way, you'll see that to the right they're cutting in the new road that will link
all this together. Okay.
Yeah. The scent
Is that what he's talking about? Directly right there? Oh.
So track.
And we'll get into some real footage here after this. I'll show you guys where they're talking about. I'll show you the real footage too.
And do you know how much they actually drained?
They drained the whole thing.
It's okay.
So initially, when they went over to look at it, it was only knee deep. From the picture that you showed me, there's a lot of new runoff.
Yeah, that's what
where they're cut. Yeah.
Trying to figure out. I was like, I don't know how shallow it was before or after.
Yeah. I'm 5'9", and it was knee deep.
Okay.
So, and they even drained it and still walked it.
Okay, so they actually walked it. I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that is actually information that was told to me by law enforcement.
Yeah, so they actually.
Because I went on me and law enforcement, they could put me in a vehicle.
Right.
Drove me around and showed me a bunch of stuff. I'm the only one that they've done that with.
Okay.
So I can actually give you a little bit more information No, I'm not going public with it.
No.
Quite honestly, I'm tired of the BS in the rumors.
That's what I kept trying to tell everybody. I was like, it's, the kid. Anyway, I said he left the house, and then the internet went crazy with rumors and speculation. And I was like, I don't go off of rumors. I go off of what we got now. And I said something about that pond. I said, and it just stopped. I said, so that's where I want to go. That's where I want to search and try to figure this out. And then,
So to work backwards from
There
the
was no
pond,
reason. Are you serious, Jazz? There was no reason to put a sonar in mud. Oh, you mean LE? Because the pond was only 3 feet, Jazz. You didn't have to put sonar in there, and it's not going to work in mud. You actually have to do what they did. That's what Nark Divers did. They actually, on our video, you can see how they navigated that pond, how Nark Divers navigated the pond and how he approached it. That's why we showed it a little bit ago. So if you guys are just coming in and you missed it, you'll definitely want to check out the beginning, because I showed you the footage of the pond. I showed you the footage of Nark Divers walking through the pond and how thick it is. Now, he said that it was only a few feet high, and then they drained it. So this is kind of back up to where it was at, because again, it's only like a foot, maybe less than what's in there right now. So maybe just a little bit more, but sonar wouldn't have done anything in there. Just to be honest.
okay, if you were to walk from the pond, go straight up into the construction site, you'll see where they cut the road and it turns left. If you walk that all the way back, runs you to our subdivision.
okay.
I can go to the website anytime, but when I'm talking to the community, that's what I said, Mama Three Boys. I said, when I talk to the community, that's what they were saying. There's a different, you got to pay attention to my words.
See where they cut the road and it turns left. If you walk that all the way back, runs you to our subdivision.
Okay.
If you go down Kellen, all the way down to Stafford, and walk down towards Stafford toward our house. From our house, if you're looking at my house, I'm going to tell you where the dog scent went. They started on the front porch.
Okay.
Because off the front porch, the dogs cut to the right. They go all the way down the side of the house along the fence.
So they went to the back side, or that
Right.
to the north.
If you're looking at my house,
Okay.
it's going to be the right hand side. The dog goes all the way down the fence. The dog comes all the way back up into the yard, and then it cuts diagonally to the house next door to us through their backyard, and that is the direction which the dogs take off. Now after that, that's where they get over.
Okay, I'm gonna rewind that so you guys can write that down real quick. Okay. He's given an exact description of the trail.
Left the house, and then
According to him.
the internet went crazy with rumors and
Mama Three
speculation.
Boys.
And I was like, I don't go off of rumors. I go off of what we got now. And I said something about that pond. I said, and it just stopped. I said, so that's where I want to go. That's where I want to search and try to figure this out. And then,
So to work backwards from the pond, okay, if you were to walk from the pond, go straight up into the construction site, you'll see where they cut the road and it turns left. If you walk that all the way back, runs you to our subdivision.
okay.
If you go down Kellen, all the way down to Stafford, and walk down towards Stafford toward our house. From our house, if you're looking at my house, I'm going to tell you where the dog scent went. They started on the front porch.
Okay.
Because off the front porch, the dogs cut to the right. They go all the way down the side of the house along the fence.
So they went to the back side, or that
Right.
to the north.
If you're looking at my house,
Okay.
it's going to be the right hand side. The dog goes all the way down the fence. The dog comes all the way back up into the yard, and then it cuts diagonally to the house next door to us through their backyard, and that is the direction which the dogs take off. Now after that, that's where they get over to the main road, go up Kellen, and head over to the other subdivision.
Okay. I
I
know.
mean, they've had dogs.
How many? Yeah, a lot of dogs.
But day one, there was 5 dogs. There was a Belgian Malinois, a blue heeler, 2 bloodhounds, and a blue tick.
I know with good dogs, like they'll do the track it's on the ground, and then if they smell a stronger scent in the air, if it's closer, they'll go to that direct scent. So if all the dogs were tracking actually on the ground, then I feel like this is the play, like the spot to figure it out. Because if he would have cross tracked, like actually like headed back, they should have been able to pick up on it, like a good dog.
So, in the 8 days of the very intense searching, in the 8 days, on day 1, the 5 dogs did that. Out of the 8 days, three different dogs from 3 different groups went to that same area in that same set. On day 1, 2 of those dogs did the same path.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that was the bloodhound and the blue tick.
It was probably a better dog.
Yeah, those 2 were probably the better ones. Now, the guy, man, I can't remember this guy. I called him Michael, but I think they call him Michelle.
Okay.
He's French. He's out of North Carolina, I believe, and he trains.
He teaches he trains canine handlers.
Yes. They brought his dogs out, and one of his dogs did that same path. From what I was told, that's why I was like, well, there we go, folks. That's why out of all the dogs, there was at least 3 consistent hits that do that
Right.
path.
And then went to the strongest path, the strongest, most recent scent.
And there was a couple dogs, like one dog went over to Long Hole Pike and got there and he lost the scent. The rest of the dogs all picked up scents, but then they go in all different directions and they lose.
Well, I appreciate your information, and I'm gonna try to figure this out and keep on working at it. And if I get anything, I'll let you know.
Yeah, that guy I sent you his info, Ken Wagner.
Okay.
He's the EMA director from the county. He was the one, I guess, that was doing. He was responsible for the ground searching and the waterways and the caves and everything.
Okay.
If you can't reach out to him, he can give you more details as far as like the water,
what's been covered.
Yeah, and the caves and stuff. He'll probably even show you, maybe, I don't know, but I would reach out to him and he will give you the best physical aspects of the search that took place. He's the one that was in charge of it.
Okay, I can do that.
All right, man.
All right.
If you need something,
I'll give you a call.
okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
All right, so let me go to, hold on one second. There we'll be getting into the rest of that here in a few. Now I'm going to go to the footage here. Give me 1 second. And we're going to show you the actual area here. All right, so let me see. I got to remember which video this is. I have so many. And let me turn on this music real quick. I think it's... Let me try this one first. Okay, so that's the corner of the construction. So see right here. Here, let me move this around. All right, so this is the area of the construction. So this is the area that they were talking about, okay? So when it comes to here, and I'll turn it around here. So this is me turning around the here, let me get rid of me. And let me get rid of this. All right. So this is me kind of turning around. The construction site's to the left. Now I'm going to show you the bird's eye view, which will show you the direction that he was walking. So here's the footage. This is where I turn around, and this is going to give you the exact turnaround of the construction site. So right back in the background there, that's what he was talking about. If you go straight back and off to the right, that's when you'll see the pond. So if you are with us, if you go to the show from Saturday, the Boots and Boat show from Saturday, that's where we scale the whole construction area, and we went in. That's where we went into the pond. So here, that is the area right there that he's talking about. And then this is the neighborhood as you go down. So they're saying that he cut through up here. Now, when we go to the bird's eye, hold on, I gotta stop this and share this. So when you're going to the bird's eye, okay, he's saying that the trail went from out their front to the right, back over here, back up, and then cut through diagonal. Okay, so let me get Google Earth so I can show you the actual line. And good evening to everybody as well. Give me 1 second here. So we're going to go into here. We're going to go into Google Earth, and I'm going to show you the path from what Chris was talking about. So let's get rid of that. Okay. And we'll share this. All right. So here is the home. All right. So he's saying that it started from the front, came out, came off to the right, came down here, came back up here, then went in this direction. Okay. Went in that direction is what he was saying. Okay. So he says it went out the front, the trail went out the front, to the right, to the backyard, by the fence. Then, here, can I drag this? Maybe not. Hold on, let me do it again. So went out the front, came here, came back by the fence, came back up here, came here, then went in this direction. So that's what Proudfoot was saying on the phone, according to what he, quote, witnessed. Okay? That's going to be the direction. Oh, is it? Hold on 1 second. Yeah, it is. 1 second. Whoops. From here. There we go. Up here, then in that direction. Thank you. There we go. So then the pond is going to be right. Let's see where to go. Right here is where the pond is going to be. There's the pond. There's the cemetery. There's the pond over here. So really, we're going to go ahead and mark that. So this, now up here as well, because that won't let me grab it. That is the four corner that he was talking about. So when I showed you the footage of me doing the turnaround, this right here is the turnaround that I showed you, and out here, it looks like grass now, but out here is where all this is constructed, right? So other than this line going right here, who knows? We were just told this little section right here. Then it goes to the four corner. Then it goes to the pond. Well, Casey, that's why we carry protection. That's why we carry protection. Because when situations like that pop up, it's always good to be protected and always good to know the state laws in every state when it comes to your defense capabilities. And so if somebody's coming at you with that kind of weapon, you have every right to come at them with the same weapon or less. And trust me, I'm a pretty damn good shot. Just saying. So I want to share that with you guys real quick. All right, so we're going to go to shout out to Nark Divers again for everything that they do. Like I said, here's the link to the on location search efforts that we did for Sebastian Rogers, and the last 2 episodes that we did are going to be the Boots and Boats search. So check that out. Yes, they're marathon streams. That's what we're about. We're about showing everything because it is for our safety and protection, of course. And also, you guys will know exactly where our location is and if something happens to us. Just think about Dylan Rounds and shout out to that family today and prayers for the news that they got. Just like Dylan Rounds, what do you think helped Dylan Rounds? The audio and recording of somebody else's footage that helped lead them in the direction that they were going. Footage and audio is so important for our protection. That's an example. That's why. So we're gonna let me see here. We're gonna play a couple clips from some videos that just came out here, and some Nancy. There's a new Nancy Grace episode we're gonna check out real quick too, about 20 minutes, and then we're gonna get into the stuff that we got into last night. Okay, the conversation that we were listening to. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you very much. We're going to be having 2 shows tomorrow. We're going to be having a midday Idaho 4 show where we're covering last week's court hearing, the new court hearing tomorrow. So if you're into the Idaho 4 case, come hang out with us tomorrow afternoon, and we will be doing another show tomorrow evening. So we'll be on most of the day if you'd like to hang out with us at any moment. We do appreciate you. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way. And if you're not subscribed, please consider so if we've earned it. So we're going to play a couple videos here. This one is a behind the story, the search for Sebastian from WSMV 4 Nashville from a few days ago. And then we're going to go into the Nancy Grace episode. Then we're going to check out the Court TV episode from a few days ago. We're going to check out a couple clips from the Vigil from local news. Those are also on the On Location playlist that you can check out if you'd like. That shows all of the efforts there. Even the last 2.5 weeks that I was there, it shows everything that we've done and everything and all the effort that we put forward for this young gentleman, Sebastian, and his family. And then we will be going into the conversation of what we were listening to last night and a little bit extra too. We're still going to be hanging out for another 2.5 hours. So we got plenty of time to get through the rest of this. Thank you all for hanging out. And here's the first one. It's the behind the story search for Sebastian from 5 days ago.
And he has been covering extensively the search for Sebastian Rogers, which is now in its 5th week.
Yeah, more than a month. He went missing February 26th. It's believed he wandered from his home, walked from his home, may have been barefoot. And here we are more than a month later, no sign of the 15-year-old with autism.
And Michael, I want to go back in time a little bit because you were one of the first reporters who we sent to cover this story. And you were kind of there during one of these original news briefings. And you asked a very important question of authorities about surveillance video.
This would have been day 3 or day 4 when the investigators came out and briefed us as to where we stood in the investigation. And I asked the deputy chief, you've asked for all this surveillance camera footage, all this doorbell camera footage from across Sumner County, from those specific neighborhoods where he lived. Have you seen anything? Has anybody brought you a photo, a doorbell camera?
Right, and that's crazy, you guys. That's why I scoped the area. There's surveillance all up and down those streets, you guys. He would have ended up on body cam. Or not body cam, but ring cam. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. There has to be surveillance of it. There has to be. And it just doesn't make sense.
That shows you Sebastian. And he said that no, they haven't actually been able to put eyes on Sebastian since that night he went missing, which really stood out to me as a reporter because we know everybody nowadays has doorbell cameras, it seems like there's so many of them across the county, surveillance camera footage. And if he was to have walked away from his home, you'd think that somebody would have picked up a trace of him. And that was not the case.
It really is mystifying. And you can kind of pick up on the fact that investigators feel frustrated with the lack of leads or the lack of movement, I guess you could say, in the investigation.
Exactly. It's something I sense talking with them. They are frustrated. They've covered 2,000 square miles in just a few days since he went missing in February. They've done another search this week. They're bringing in boats. They're bringing in ATVs and search dogs. They've got boots on the ground, walking through woods, checking ponds. And they have what they say is very few clues as to what happened to Sebastian. And it's something I sensed is that they are frustrated. And it's tough for them. It's tough for the public.
And it's interesting to kind of see, they originally decided to scale back their search efforts, right? So they said, okay, we've got people on standby. We're going to respond if we get a lead. We've got boots on the ground that can go immediately, but we're scaling back the search efforts there at the scene.
Yeah.
So that kind of happened. There was a lull almost in activity. And then within, since yesterday and today, we've seen hundreds of people now back in the area around the home where he disappeared from, his family home. So it's just interesting to see, go from this lull, no new leads from what authorities are telling us to all of a sudden, this recanvassing effort that's involving hundreds of experts out there.
Right. Some new people that are out there that hopefully can shine some light on some things that they may have missed. It's important to point out that in the few days after Sebastian went missing, in those original press conferences, they said that they were working under the belief that he wandered from his home, that he walked away and that they were out searching for him and it was just a matter of them finding him. That was the original belief.
Yeah.
Here we are several weeks later, and I think that has changed because now the TBI and the investigators are saying everything is on the table. Every possibility is on the table. There's no evidence that points to foul play. There's no evidence that rules out foul play. So I think that has kind of changed a little bit. That belief that he just walked away from his home, sure, that's a possibility, but it may not be exactly what they believe at this time.
Right. So Holly Thompson had an exclusive interview with Sebastian's mother and stepfather, and they talked directly to that point and said, we don't even believe that he simply walked away based on his history. So take a listen to that.
He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
And so just kind of to clarify and give context to that, they're basically saying that this is not something that he would do normally. He wasn't the type of child that would just leave regularly. So that's why this is confusing to them. If he did indeed walk out the door, why?
Yeah, and he could have. I mean, there's only a certain.
And when Dad came on our show and he said that Sebastian wouldn't even take the garbage out without slips on, there's two things. He either didn't walk out that home or he ran for his safety without having shoes on. There's only two things. Either he didn't walk out that home, or when he walked out, he ran for his safety because he ain't going out there without shoes on. And you saw us go through all that. I'm sorry. Your foot would be tore up if you went out there without shoes on. Let's be real.
Number of things that really could have happened. Either he walked away willingly and it's just a matter of people finding him. He may have walked away willingly and somebody took him. Somebody may have done something to him. I mean, there's only a certain number of theories at this point that could explain where Sebastian could have gone. I know that people with autism, kids with autism, some experts have come to us and say that is something that they do. They wander. It's a reason that they check some of those bodies of water because they can be drawn to bodies of water. So it's like the word you used is mystifying. And I think that's the best word that we could use.
Earlier this week, it seemed like a little nugget was dropped by investigators that could potentially lead us somewhere of value. And they had mentioned during a news conference the other day that a pair of glasses had been found during the search for Sebastian. They have since come out and said the glasses that we found do not belong to Sebastian. this is off the table as a piece of evidence or a clue in the case, for that matter. And we have also heard from the parents who went on national television, the stepfather and mother, and they have actually left their home because the stepfather has a job in Memphis. So they've left their home there in Sumner County to be there in Memphis for work. And there was some criticism for that decision to kind of leave while the search is happening around their house.
Yeah, they had said in that interview with Nancy Grace that it was for the stepfather's work. You know, she asked them why, and the mother had said that she wanted to be there with her husband for his work. They have since, according to investigators, cooperated fully with anything that the investigators have wanted. Anything the sheriff's office has asked of them, they said that they have done. So yes, they've received some criticism for leaving, but as far as from what investigators have told us, they've done everything that they've been asked to do.
They also face some criticism just from people on social media saying, why did it take you so long to say something publicly? And in the exclusive interview that they did with Holly Thompson, they said, please don't judge us. You have no idea what we've been going through. And they talked a little bit about this emotional roller coaster with her that they've been on.
How are you coping?
And that's crazy you bring that up, Casey, because I'm from Akron, and as we were seeing all because there'd be vigils every year for these three girls, and it was crazy because the day, like all of these years that we would watch these vigils, you know, for those three young girls, all that time that went by, and then the day that we found out that Ariel Castro had been holding them the whole time, and what the hell was going on. What a complete shock, and for it to happen in your backyard. I know what you mean. It was crazy. That was the backyard that we had up there in Akron, Cleveland, the backyard, and crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. It makes you wonder. It really does.
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
And just a few days ago, you spoke with Sebastian's biological father. So we just heard from his stepdad and his mother, but you actually did an interview with his
Seth Rogers
dad. Yeah, and it was such a profound interview and so gut-wrenching. Walk us through how that interview came to be, and then we'll play a little bit of it.
This actually came out, this was last Monday, and the United Cajun Navy had come in. They'd been searching for Riley Strain in downtown Nashville, and were here. And so after the resolution to Riley's case, they moved over to Sumner County and said, well, we'll help search for Sebastian. And we had arranged an interview at the place that they were sort of meeting in their command center. And they had asked Seth Rogers to join, and he came and was more than willing to talk to us for the first time. Was the first time I had a chance to talk to him. He's been out searching himself, and was very moved by the attention this case has gotten, and you felt for him, and I know we have a piece of that interview.
Yeah, and what I appreciated about it was, you know, the love with which he described his child. So take a listen.
Every day, I have to stop looking is to give up hope, and I'm just not into that. He is my heart. If you get to know him, you'll smile all the time. When you see him coming, you'll smile. When you hear his laughter, it's the sun coming through the clouds.
I mean, just to hear him describe his son like that, goodness. It's just kind of gets your heart immediately. What is one thing that really stuck out with you? Because you've kind of been in the thick of it, Michael, boots on the ground reporter. You've been there among the search crews using all types of tools to try to find him. What's a moment or an exchange or something someone said that is really going to stick with you?
The attention that this case has gotten from the people who live in that area, who truly went out and were walking along rivers and in woods and checking their sheds as they were asked to do. We even got a chance to speak to some people who have autism or have children who have autism. And if you want to talk about people who have their eyes on this case, it's those folks who know what it's like to raise a child with autism, who know what it's like to have autism. And this case is one that they are thinking about all day, multiple times a day. And for them to get a resolution to this case would mean the world.
And I think it's something that just resonates with all parents, right? Like this is every parent's worst nightmare, and to see this unfolding is just so troublesome. Michael Warwick, thanks for sharing your perspective with us.
All right, and we're gonna go. We're gonna go through the dispatch call too. The next episode I'm gonna go to is these little clips here from the vigil.
The city of Hendersonville came together on Saturday ahead of the 6-week mark since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing. The prayer vigil was held outside the Rudder. Karen Stram helped coordinate last night's event. She says she's been working with Sebastian's biological father throughout this search. She wanted this event to be focused on positivity instead of the divisiveness she's seen online. During the event, attendees wrote notes of support for Sebastian to read once he returns home.
And I did write a note for all of you here in the community when me and the whole search crew was standing together there. Like I said, we were standing next to the table there at the end. And basically because we walked up to write little messages for Sebastian, and then we ended up hanging out together right there at the spot. So that's what I was talking about yesterday.
What we really hope to have come from it is more unity and less tension. I feel like tension is very high with all the different creators that are, sharing things on YouTube and TikTok. And we just really want to focus on what's important, and that is Sebastian.
Organizers encourage you to continue to pray for Sebastian's safe return home. Flyers will remain at the Rudder for people to come and pass out until Sebastian is found safe.
Tonight, the Hendersonville community came together once again to pray for the safe return of Sebastian Rogers. Welcome to News 2 at 10. I'm Kimberly Hargett. Monday will mark 6 weeks since the 15-year-old went missing from Sumner County. News 2's Nikki McGee has more on those continuing to keep up hope, praying for Sebastian's safe return.
We are one, Lord God, and we believe and we decree and declare that Sebastian will come home safe and unharmed.
The search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers continues. Nearly 6 weeks later, community members came together for a prayer vigil Saturday, offering messages of unwavering hope.
You guys are Sebastian's army. We will find him. We will find him alive. We will find him well.
Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, thanking all those who have given up their time to help search for his son. Sebastian's grandparents also speaking out, coming all the way from Texas for a second time to help locate their grandbaby.
He loved to talk about plants with me. He loved to talk about animals with me. He loved to go fishing. And he would say, Mimo, that's our favorite sport, right?
Sebastian's family also had a strong message for anyone looking to benefit from their search efforts.
You're going to be out here doing what needs to be done to bring our grandson home. We appreciate it. But if you're out there just making money, stay away.
But throughout the investigation, strangers have become allies. Since the beginning of the search, Karen Stram and her son Jaden took a special interest.
I do want to say shout out to this gentleman right here, the guy that's in the hat to the right, the taller gentleman. I do want to say shout out to him because he was the only one that came up and said thank you to us and the whole search crew, thanked us for our efforts. So I want to say shout out to him.
Karen Stram and her son Jaden took a special interest in the case and organized Saturday's prayer vigil.
The fourth day, I really started to get involved. I went out searching on the fourth.
Shout out to him.
Since then, I've just been pretty vigilant with helping however I can.
In addition to searching alongside Sebastian's father, the two also continue to provide flyers to the community to help raise awareness.
I have children of my own, and it's hard to not see their faces when you look at his. And I think it's hard for every mom and dad here.
Saturday, they ended Sebastian's prayer vigil with handwritten messages to Sebastian, ones they plan to share with him upon his return.
We can't let this case get cold. It cannot get cold, and we will find him. And the more vigils and the more news presence and media coverage that we get, the more his face keeps out there, and maybe somebody will see something and they'll say something, and we'll get Sebastian home.
Now, tonight's event was held at the Rudder.
Yeah, we were there too. We have the show if you want to go check it out, and you'll see who thanked us and who didn't. Anyway, this is the latest Nancy Grace episode, and we're going to check this out. This just came out, and then, like I said, we're going to be getting into what we got into last night when it came to that Pascal Collin. We'll be getting into that other one too. So this is the latest one from Nancy Grace, and shout out to her and Tiffany. Let me know what show you're going on so we can come support you. We'll get the whole CJ fam showing up for you, Tiff. What channel are you going to? Let us know. And shout out to Tiff. Panel spot.
In the last hours, the bio dad and grandparents of missing autistic boy Sebastian Rogers hold a vigil where everyone vows that Sebastian will be brought home safe and sound. Will he? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories as we continue joining in the search for Sebastian. First of all, take a listen to this. Have the two of you taken a polygraph?
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told
Hey, Nana.
by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I understand. Miss Proudfoot, did you pass?
Hey, Nana, if you want to hop on. I don't want to ruin Tiffany's special spot. Otherwise, I'd have her on tonight. But we can have you on tomorrow if you're available, Tiffany. I want to let you shine for the hosts that got you the most, and let them enjoy that. If you want to hop up, just DM me and let me know, and I'll toss you a link.
Pass your polygraph.
Thank you for all your support, Nana.
That's not exactly what has been stated before by Sebastian Rogers' stepfather, Mr. Proudfoot. Listen. And Mr. Proudfoot, you have volunteered to take a poly?
Yes, ma'am.
If I were to set up a poly for you, would you take it?
Name the place and time, ma'am. I'll be there.
Joining me in All-Star panel to make sense of what we're hearing right now. But first to Dave Mack, crimeonline.com, investigative reporter. Dave Mack, isn't it true that crimeonline.com did set up a polygraph?
Absolutely true.
And what happened?
Chris Proudfoot told us that he could not take it now. He wanted to, but he can't because the TBI told him not to.
Bullshit.
It's my understanding to Cheryl McCollum joining us. Cheryl McCollum, founder and director of the Cold Case Research Institute, forensics expert and host of Zone 7 podcast. Cheryl, it's my understanding that specifically Sebastian's stepfather said he could no longer do interviews, including with us, because he had been instructed so by the TBI. And Jackie, correct me if I'm wrong, that they did not want any of his interviews to interfere with the investigation. And that even though he had agreed to do our polygraph, he now says that the TBI
See?
is going to set up their own polygraph, and he can't take our polygraph until after that. And once he does that, then, quote, we'll take it from there.
Right?
What do you make of it?
Oh, the story just keeps changing and changing. Oh, but hold on. Oh, you crossed this line. Okay, but it's because of
You know, you and I.
Nana's Dragonfly, I appreciate you so much. Beautiful soul, Nana's Dragonfly. I appreciate you.
always go back to Mark class. If you want to make sure that the law enforcement has everything they need to get rid of looking at you, you can do that. He can set up a private polygraph through an attorney. He can take yours. He can demand that TBI give him one so that they can stop focusing on him and this polygraph business.
You don't think he would have took it yesterday if they, you know what I mean? He would have took that polygraph yesterday or the day like I mean by yesterday, not specifically, but you know what I'm saying, figuratively. He would have took that shit already. Come on. You don't know how to do, email me. Here, I'll throw my email up there.
And move on and find out where Sebastian is at. Period.
I mean, Cheryl McCollum, you and I can go
There we
right
go.
now and pay for a polygraph. They'd be happy to take our money. Hey, just put it on a credit card and
here's
take
the
a
other-
polygraph.
TBI would be happy to accept those results. A polygraph is a polygraph. And the examiner, that's who you're relying on. So you've got somebody that's going to be willing to testify and put their reputation on the line. Again, he could make this happen today if he wanted to.
Yesterday.
Let's go straight out to Joseph Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon, and star of a hit series, Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, thank you for being with us. You know what? This is like static in my ears because I know tick tock, as long as we focus on the stepfather and the mother, Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot, I'm losing time. If by some stretch of the imagination, Sebastian is still alive, if he's alive, he won't be much longer. What do the stats show? What is your opinion? I need it, and I need it now, Joe Scott.
Yeah, the biggest thing that we're looking at is this idea of time. We're talking about a young man that went missing back in February, Nancy, late February. And as we move down that timeline, the odds are stacked against him. I think one of the most important pieces that's kind of arisen out of this, other than all of the comments that have been made to this point relative to polygraphs and those sorts of things, are those eyeglasses. And I love the shot the producers put up of him standing in front of that rack of eyeglasses, because that's going to tell the tale. I think if they can specifically tie those to him, that's very important. They can take that script off of those glasses, determine if they are his.
I don't think they're his glasses, Joe Scott. I don't think they're his glasses.
At this point in time, you have to work with what you have. If they're not his, then that points us down a different road, doesn't it? And sometimes,
okay, let's go with they're not his glasses. And I'll tell you why I'm saying that, Joe Scott. I was thrilled. I mean, you may want to jump in on this, Cheryl. Remember, we're not having high tea at Windsor Castle, but it's a sad day when you're excited, when you're thrilled, you think you find a missing boy's glasses. Why was I thrilled? Because it was a clue for a moment, and then the TBI confirmed they're not his glasses. So I see where you're going, Joe Scott.
Same here,
it's a sad day when we're
Adrena.
all thrilled to find a pair of beat up glasses on the side of the road.
I'm holding on as well.
So where does that leave me, Joe Scott? As we're all like, take a poly. Why won't he take a poly? What really happened? Was he at work? Was he not at work? While we're all gnashing our teeth and switching our tails trying to figure out about Mr. Proudfoot, if this kid, this child is out there with his autism kicking in, giving him problems, what's going to happen? The likely scenario, Joe Scott, as we're spinning our wheels on Proudfoot.
Yeah, if this is, we're talking about Hendersonville, Tennessee, Nancy, which is 10 miles outside of Nashville, but really quickly up there, that area becomes very rural. And so if he has wandered off or been taken off in any number of directions, his ability or survivability is greatly diminished here.
And seriously, if you're just joining, check out this playlist. It'll show you marathon streams, and it'll be showing you the footage, the foliage, how we're navigating, searching in these woods and just everywhere. and sometimes just me. Other people, 2 weeks every single day, damn near. Except a couple where I had to try and heal my toe and it didn't heal it too much. But I'm telling you right now, my toe feels damn good today. Damn good today. But there you go. Check out the footage. You'll see exactly what it's like to search out in this.
What the police are doing right now is, if you think about the last known location of him, that's the center of the target. And they're working from concentrically to eccentrically. They're moving out in these big circles, but it's such a broad, densely wooded area. This is a Herculean task, to say the least. I think that some of the answers are going to rest in the idea that whoever had control over him, his comings and goings. We're talking about a kid that has been diagnosed with autism. Whoever had control over his comings and goings, their electronics need to be tracked, Nancy. Those ideas of where did they go at those times when he was last seen alive. And that's going to be one of the threads that you're going to want to pull in this investigation.
You know, Cheryl McCollum, host of Zone 7, is a forensic expert. As you know, Joe Scott Morgan, death investigator. Cheryl, you've had quite a lot to say online. What about now? Cat got your tongue? Because I don't like that. You're pretty bold when nobody's questioning you. But what about now? I want to hear your analysis.
Here's my problem. They're statements. You've got inconsistencies. As soon as somebody changes their story at all, they should become the focus, period. Mom has said different things. Now you've got a stepdad that looks like he's co-signing with everything that she says, but he allegedly wasn't there. So how can he agree with anything that she's saying? You've got mom saying she heard a thud. I don't like that word. That sounds like a body hitting the floor. When people use the word thud, that's not, sounded like he hit the wall, sounded like something.
No, it's
dropped.
never a good thing. It's usually preceded by an adjective, sickening, a sickening thud.
Right. And Nancy, you've got other things. You've got mom saying he went to the end of the driveway to put out the trash. And then you've got law enforcement searching a landfill. They're searching lakes. They're searching ponds. If you're watching and paying attention to law enforcement, it does not seem to me that they are looking to recover a child alive. They are searching for remains. You and I both know, and Joe Scott knows, when a child goes missing, the first 3 hours are critical. We're at 6 weeks. 6 weeks that this child has not been seen or heard from.
Okay, hold on. Why are you saying, Cheryl McCollum, that you believe they don't expect to find Sebastian alive based on their actions? I'm talking about LA law enforcement.
They're searches. They're searching landfills, lakes, ponds. That is not indicative of somebody that is alive. And again, you've got a child that has gone 6 weeks without his medicine, 6 weeks without food that we know of. He didn't have a source, no shoes. And mama herself says, oh, a flashlight's missing. Again, that's such an odd thing for her to know is missing until they show her video that looks like a flashlight. And then the stepdad says, well, we were sure hoping it was, but we're sad to report it wasn't a flashlight. Well, if you've got 2 flashlights out there, why are you glad that it's not that? That to me would signify that somebody was out there in the wee hours of the morning with 2 flashlights, meaning 2 separate people, the night your child went missing. I mean, it's just odd.
What do you make of a 3-hour conversation held between Mrs. Proudfoot and Mr. Proudfoot the night Sebastian disappears?
The 3-hour phone call bothers me because, again, that's a long time to be on the phone. And, you know, you're hearing your son supposedly, he's answering you supposedly during that time, but you don't go check on him at all. You know, did somebody leave their phone just on while they went and did something else? I don't know. But I agree with Joe Scott. The electronics are going to tell the story. When his mama first entertained the idea that somebody had him, what did she base that on? His phone's not missing. He didn't take shoes, didn't take clothes, didn't take money, nothing on his cell phone, nothing on his computer says that he's been talking to anybody. I mean, she's entertaining something that we have no facts for.
Well,
We
I'm
have no
concerned about the, and you're right. Whenever I hear inconsistent statements, as I have discussed many, many times in front of juries, it's one thing to add or embellish your original statement because maybe you weren't asked the right questions first time around. Maybe you remembered something in addition, triggered by questions. But when you change your story, that's a problem. To Joe Scott Morgan joining us, professor at Jacksonville State University. Joe Scott, let's look at where the searches are being conducted.
Yeah.
We know the law enforcement search has been scaled back. I want to hear, since you are a death investigator, we all three have been on many, many searches for missing people and who we believe to be dead. I want to hear your analysis. What can we glean from looking at what law enforcement is doing?
Back to Cheryl's point about landfills and ponds. Ponds are water, bodies of water. You can think that, well, you have people that can just wander into these locations, okay? Particularly somebody that might be in a compromised state, like this young man, from a mental and a physical status at this point in time. But when you start to talk about landfills, Nancy, this is a rather dark thing. I've been to landfills multiple times conducting death investigations. And those are locations where we're talking about the discarding of remains. Now, here's another interesting point. The fact that the landfill is all the way up
You
in
mean he
Kentucky.
didn't just walk into a landfill and fall over?
No, and certainly not in Kentucky. This is specifically targeted. Now, from my understanding is that landfill is used to serve this particular area. And landfills are very complex environments. They're gridded off. Essentially, they know where they're going to do dumpings. It's not like they randomly go into these locations and just back the truck up. They go to specific locations. But with landfills, they're highly complex. They're layered. And so as you begin to stack items in there, they then run over them with this heavy equipment, and it makes the going very, very tough. As a matter of fact, anything that gets in there begins to degrade and decompose very quickly. That's the purpose of it. And so that is not a good sign, Nancy. And the fact that they are searching a landfill is rather ominous to me.
Nancy, I want to
To
jump in
Dave
here real
Mack,
quick. I don't wanna be
crimeonline.
rude.
No,
but-
I was just coming.
And I'm going to go ahead and pause it real quick. Let me see here. And just let me know if that's cool, Dragonfly. Typed in back chat for you. Nancy is great. Yeah, and the lady's bringing up great points. You don't change your story a whole bunch, right? If it's the truth, you're able to stick to it. That makes absolutely no sense. 1 second here. Let me pull it up like this. We'll go ahead and bring her up. What's up, Nana? How you doing tonight? Hello?
Hey, CJ.
There we go. Hey, how are you doing tonight?
Yeah, doing good.
Good. I just want to say thank you for all the support that you give to us out there over at Brittany's show. I really appreciate it. It's always kind words from you, and it really means a lot.
Oh,
Have
you
you
guys are all so awesome.
Is there a delay? A huge
Yeah,
delay?
there's something going on.
Is there? Do you have the YouTube feed up? I think there's a delay.
Not sure. Hold on.
YouTube's been crazy buggy, you guys, and now StreamYard's been crazy buggy the last couple days too. So if you do notice anything weird with chat, you think somebody's not seeing your messages, you're getting unsubbed for no reason, your chat's freezing. It's been happening to me. Usually every half an hour or so, I'll just back it out, close out, and then come back in. And it usually has been able, like my chat feed's been cool since I've been doing it. And then really, you only miss like a second of it. So if you think you might be delayed or you think YouTube's kind of acting wonky, just back out, close it out, and then come back in, and then it should be okay. Because I know for some reason YouTube and all these platforms are just being real buggy lately, and I don't know what it. I don't think it has anything to do with the solar eclipse, but who knows? I don't know. I don't know about. I know we've had a lot of sun flares lately, and that affects electronics and things like that. And so maybe there's overload somewhere or something. Yeah, it's been wonky, been really wonky for a long time actually, because for like the last 6 months, YouTube just automatically like unsubs like 7 to 15 people every night, every single night. So it doesn't make sense what they're doing over there either, or whatever kind of clean out. So I don't know. I don't know what it is, but there's so many people that come in and say that they were unsubbed, and there's no reason. So I don't know. YouTube's been crazy buggy for a long time. Let me see here. Hello. Is it working okay?
Is it working better now?
Let's see here. Testing. I'll do a Vinny mic check. Did you hear that?
I don't know. Are we working okay?
All right. There we go. I think so. Because you got the Vinny
No, I'm
mic
still
check.
on its way.
Is it really? Aw. I'm not sure what it is. You get a delay? How much of a delay is it? Like, let me know and you can hear the number that I'm calling out. 1, 2. Let me know what number. 3, 4,
I
5,
closed out of everything.
6. Yeah. Well, it doesn't seem too bad. Maybe. Have you checked out this Nancy Grace episode where this lady was talking?
Yeah, I saw it
Uh-oh.
today.
Okay, you saw it today. We just got through. We're about 15 out of the 19, and we heard what this lady says, and she brings up very good points. You don't change your story. Your story doesn't change when you're telling the truth. So, what's going on there? What do you think about what she said if you've watched it already? Good night, Charlie. I appreciate you, man. I'll give you a call tomorrow. I was just filled up with meetings all day today. But I'll give you a call tomorrow. Huh?
I'm not liking the delay.
I think there's a huge delay. I'm not sure why. And you already reset everything?
Yeah. I'll go ahead and drop down and I'll stay in chat, but I do love you.
Okay. Well, I thank you. I appreciate. We'll figure it out. We'll figure something out here. We got to get you up here on panel sometime because
Yeah, I did. I don't know.
I love the points that you bring up, and I think you have you can really contribute to all these true crime shows because of your thoughts, and I just want to say thank you. Sorry about the delay. We'll figure something out. Yeah, usually has to do with the Wi-Fi. Oh, okay. It's on YouTube side. Yeah. And if you're not busy tomorrow, Yoli, if you'd like to hop on while we're doing our Idaho 4 court hearing show, just let me know if you're not busy. I know you're a busy lady over there, but if you're not busy tomorrow, you're more than welcome to hop up with us too. We'll be covering the court hearings, and it's been a while since I've been caught up in Idaho 4, so I might need y'all help because I've been busy out there searching for these missing cases, and we'll be on the road here in a couple days, going to bring some attention to some other ones here as well. So we'll get back to the last few minutes of this episode, and then we're going to get to the rest of that conversation that we were listening to last night and the conversation that happened last night. We'll get to that too. Very good points from this episode. Here's a link to Nancy Grace's episode. Please go show some love over there as well for all the work that she does. And I would love to sit down and have a chat with Nancy, and I would just tell her, like, Nancy, let me take you out for a drink, okay? Let's go out for a drink. Let's have some laughs. Let's have some fun, a little bit of conversation, a drink or two. Get to relaxing, and then get a fresh outlook. Wake up with a new, she needs a break. She needs a break. She needs some laughs. You know what I'm saying? And I'll just crack jokes all night for her. That way she can giggle her ass off and then she could wake up all refreshed. You know what I mean?
To you because I wanted to talk to you, Dave Mack, on 2 issues and whatever else you want to interject. Please, I need everybody's thoughts. One, I want to get from you any previous inconsistent statements as correctly stated by Cheryl McCollum, and 2, allegations that Sebastian, this autistic boy, was molested have emerged. Let's start with the inconsistent statements very quickly.
From the very beginning, Nancy, Chris Proudfoot made statements in interviews online claiming, he actually said, somebody asked the question, was a polygraph taken and has it been passed? Yes, I didn't specify who or when, but what I can tell you, everything has been vetted completely. Polygraphs have come back as passed. So I'm confused as in why they are all wondering if myself, my wife, and the biological father took. Okay, we know that's a lie. We know that is absolutely a lie because of what he told you on your show.
Wait, you're saying that that's what Proudfoot said, that he had taken a polygraph, he and his wife, and had been, quote, vetted. Okay. Yes, he did say that on a podcast. Go ahead.
Okay, and then we also have the belt. We have hitting Sebastian with the belt. I don't know if you caught this, but when Seth Rogers was on your show last week, when we were talking about the belt, he started crying. I saw later Seth referred to it as he wasn't aware of the corporal punishment that Chris Proudfoot was handing out to his son, to Seth Rogers' autistic son. And, we pointed out that Proudfoot claimed it was years ago and it was one spank with the belt on his butt, but through clothing, which makes no sense to any parent in the history of mankind or any teacher at school that they would actually look into something through clothing like that. But they couldn't remember when, how long ago it was. And in another interview, he said 15, which means it had to have been in the last several months. So we've got a number of
Didn't Sebastian turn 15 in December?
Correct. And it went missing February 26th.
So if he was 15 when he got a whack with the belt, that would have been in the last few months just before he disappears. So which one is true? Was it 3 years ago or was it when he was 15 years old? Another question. Allegations that Sebastian was molested have now emerged. What can you tell us?
From Seth Rogers. Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers, said that when the Proudfoots, when Katie and Chris Proudfoot and Sebastian were living in an apartment in California several years ago, that Katie Proudfoot allowed a boy that was 5 years older than Sebastian to play with Sebastian, and the boy was 13. Sebastian was 8 at this time. She allowed it. Seth Rogers said that Katie Proudfoot allowed a 13-year-old boy to play with Sebastian, who is 8, without any kind of involvement from Katie Proudfoot, and that during the time, this 13-year-old molested and raped Sebastian Rogers.
It seems the more we investigate, the murkier the facts become. This is what I know. Every day, literally every hour that Sebastian Rogers is missing is 1 hour closer to him being dead. Can we tune out all the static and the noise and try to focus on finding this autistic boy? And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, our offer is still on the table for a polygraph, free of charge to you. I'll pay for it out of my pocket. We wait as the search goes on. Goodbye, friend.
Goodbye, friend. There we. What's up? What's up? Hopefully it's working.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
I'm not sure if it's working or not. Can you hear me right away?
Let me see here. I'm gonna call a number, or you call a number, and I'll say the numbers. You call out the first. When you hear one, let me know when you hear one. One.
One.
Two.
Two.
Okay, that's not bad. That's
No.
just a couple seconds. That's not bad at all. Okay, cool. I'm glad, because I was like, oh, I want to have her up here.
How
All
did
right,
I figure
awesome.
that out?
I don't know what you did, but it worked. So, what do you think about what the lady said on that Nancy Grace
Let me put
episode?
my earbuds in. Hold on.
Okay. And here's the link to this channel that we're going to check out here for the dispatch audio. And I think this person even transcribed it, the Red Rum Media. Shout out to her. Go show some love to her. We're going to check this video out, and I'd love to have her on sometime. True crime podcast and documentaries. Looks like a really cool channel. I subbed up. And yeah, go shout out to her. Let's see if we can have her on the show sometime. And I guess there's a new Court TV episode coming up here in about 45 minutes. So we might end up going to that in the middle of the conversation that we're going to finish from last night. Let me see here. So this is Red Rum Media. Yeah, we need to have her on the show sometime. So this is the audio from law enforcement dispatch as it happened at the beginning of the investigation. Let me unmute this. Let me change it so you guys can see the closed caption. So there's that. And thank you, Hope Floats 518. You all are so awesome and supportive. I appreciate you so much. All right. So this is the dispatch audio from the evening as the investigation was happening.
We've had a caller call in advising approximately 5 to 6 minutes ago he saw two juveniles, one in a black sweatshirt and one female with a backpack on, between Long Hollow Church and Somerset Downs. The male was wearing a black hoodie. Direction of travel was towards Gallatin. Caller states that the additional juvenile shorter than the male with long hair wearing a brown backpack.
16 steps. 26 on home in the area there. I'll check it. 4 to 12. I got to check it out, but one of our UMA guys rode through there just a bit earlier reported. Not sure it was them, but this one in a black hoodie had long hair. 4 to come in. Go ahead, 4, Captain. I'll be out with those juveniles. Could you give me a description again? 188. Van 184 is going to send you a picture. 10-4. 184. I'll be in the area. Go ahead and send that to me as well.
It's 23 to 188.
Central.
Okay.
You send code red for 1008 Stafford.
Code red was sent out at 0745 this morning.
2-4. We were saying that ain't good. Can we retry that, please? 6-3 Central Deal 1 check. Go ahead, sir. Can you come to 1008 Stafford, please? 3-4.
Did you get the picture? I sent it to you.
I did.
10-4. 63. Mark Angel is clear in CIC through name, date of birth only. I don't have a social.
You're right. I'll be clear with an assist. 12-188. Go ahead, sir. Can you come to 1008 Stafford, please?
188. Did you get the picture? I sent it to you.
I did.
10-4.
You're right. I'll be clear with an assist. 12 to any units that are going to be assisting with 1008. Please come to 1008 Stafford Court now, please. 4 Central. Escorting one white female juvenile, one male juvenile to Beach High School. My lady is 57, 355. 4 of your boys are still up. 26 Central, all clear forward. I'm still in the area. Did you copy my traffic? 4 Central. Beach, Beach High School, 57, 356. You copy traffic. Central. Moving history is this address. Beginning of Kelly Lane 1000. We're going to work our way north up Kelly Lane. Take one side of the road, we'll take the other since y'all started there. That's fine. I'll get these two houses right here, and we'll take the right side. The white Ford truck, that's the Hendersonville officer's house that's with me. On the corner? No, that house hasn't been checked. The next house up from it, you'll see the white Ford in the driveway. Oh, Central.
Okay.
We log a neighborhood Facebook page. Post was made 1023. Check. No motion on camera. I'll be clear. We're in one.
Token branch. Male with sandy blonde hair, a bag wrapped around his head. Chelsea stated he had on a reflective jacket approximately 2 hours ago.
12-2-16. Do you have somebody that can respond to that? 10-4. I was out with that subject last night. Blonde with a reflective jacket. He's in his 20s. 3-12. Go ahead, 3. You know, if anybody check this 139 Willow Bend straight across from the retention pond, about the camera. I'm not correct if anybody did there. 30 command. 139 Willow Bend has a camera, but nobody's answering the door. 4 to command.
Interesting.
He had some ties at White House High School, and every time he got in trouble, he wanted to go back to White House, so I notified White House PD, and we're notifying the 3 command. Were you direct on 139 Willow Bend?
This way up with the camera is correct.
It's 10-4. Nobody's answering, nobody's home. Southern Lake Central. 16 to command.
Go ahead.
Regarding the miscellaneous matter record pending, I'll clear an authorized court.
Central to Summer 8. I am unable to find anything in RMS regarding the registered owners. I'm still looking online at this time. Transit units that are at Stafford Court. When you check a residence, please give me the numeric and unit numbers that have checked it and whether or not you made contact with anybody.
68 to 6 minutes.
Go ahead.
Made contact with 1000 Killen Lane. He checked all of his cameras. Nothing was on. No answer at 102 or 103 Killen Lane. 105 answer, hasn't seen nothing on the ring doorbell.
10-4, and you're saying 102, is it 1002 or is it 102?
1002, I'm sorry. Can you advise if he has a white purple hoodie or something in front of it?
Did you ask if he had a light purple hoodie?
Yeah, can you I'll let the parents know what Just find out if he owns a light purple hoodie with Homer Simpson on it.
10-4. Anybody that's at the residence, can they ask the parents?
Mom doesn't advise that she can recall one. 10-4, Steve. Central.
12, go ahead.
And we make sure that this has been rolled out to Hendersonville and Gallatin. Also, they were at Striking Square last night, just bowling at some games. Can you have a unit go there and just go around and make sure that he hasn't returned there? Make sure he didn't want to continue his day. 47 to command.
47.
$68 and Hendersonville 517. I mean,
What is traffic?
517 Hendersonville is with me. 1006 no contact. 1008 made contact. Haven't seen anything. 1010 contact. They hadn't seen anything either. Nothing on ring doorbell. 47 to command.
47.
We're both bring cameras over telephone. Determine the spot.
Wait for him to get it all set up. Command the units on Stafford. I'm going to the command post. If you say anything, I'll be out of pocket for just a few seconds.
63. I'll be at a Center Regional. We're leaving 61. 22 to command. $1,012 Killing Lane through 22 command.
22.
The lady at 1032 Kellen runs the neighborhood Facebook page, and she's updating it to request people to look in their crawl spaces and hidden areas.
10-4.
Fine. Go ahead. Hey, on at 1017 Kellen Lane, did y'all happen to check the crawl space? I will have to check my list, but if it wasn't locked from the outside, it was checked. 47 to command.
47.
Effort. They are reviewing their camera footage right now.
Well, are you guys giving them numbers to call if they find anything?
Several. 184 still with them right now.
10-4. Go ahead.
Need some check contact and they got cameras checked. No, that's not.
184, you're low volume. I got cameras checked.
People 1018, they checked the cameras, no contact.
10-4.
I'm gonna walk through the cemetery. Just to the west of Beach High School. I'll be out at St. John Missionary, 285. Check wall. On foot.
And that's what we ended up searching on Sunday. The pond by the cemetery that was in between the church and the high school. So we went all the way over to there too. We were gonna and again go show some love to Red Rum Media and thank her for that. That was all of the calls together. As the investigation started through that morning, the calls that were going in only has 99 likes. Please go show some love. I'm going to drop the link to this video again. Please go show some love. Let's get those likes up for her. So she definitely deserves it with the work that she did for that. So definitely hit that link again. Go show some love. Let's have her on the show sometime. Reach out to her, see if she wants to come on. Love to have her on sometime and collab or whatever. I think it'd be cool. There's going to be a new court TV coming out with the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. So instead of going into the episode that we went into last night, what we're going to do is we're going to watch the other, because we still needed to watch this too, the other court TV episode where Seth came on. So we're actually going to watch that first, and then what we're going to do is we're going to switch to the other one that's coming out, and we'll watch that on a short delay, just out of respect for Court TV. So definitely go show some love to this video. It's only got 99 likes and it needs more than that. Let me go to this Court TV episode here and we'll check this out. Very interesting. They mention 139. Well, this is what I don't understand. This is what I don't understand about
on February.
What they were talking about, because 139 or 1002 Kelly Lane. So if you look back, right, here's the construction, the video that I showed you, that's right here. Here's the construction area, okay? Let me get it spinned around for you. I love doing this angle stuff. So there's the construction area, okay? So when we're looking at this right here, that's the construction area back when this was, for some reason, it says November of 2007. Wow. So if we're going to 1002 Kelly Lane, we're going all the way in the opposite direction, you guys. We're going in the opposite direction. Now, when they say 139 Kelly Lane, where in the hell's 139? There is no 139, so I'm confused about that. 1002 Kelly Lane is right here. And guess where that's at? That's the turn that you go on. There's, what is this called? Witten Court. So look at how far this is. And here's the street. And there's the home of the Proudfoot. So it's like right over here. So if 1002 look at is way over here. Whoops. Went a little bit farther. 1002, where's it at? Right there. Is this corner right here. Complete opposite direction. And look at how far away it is. The top of that hill is the construction area.
So how can that be in their backyard?
I don't know. Because when you're looking at it from the top, let me go to Google Earth here. So when you're looking at it from the top, okay, here's the construction site way up here. And we will, so here's the construction site. The pond is off to the right. There's the construction site. Here's the four corners that Chris was talking about on the phone call with Nark Divers. Okay. So we're going to go down here. And we'll go here. Here. Whoop. Oh, hold on. I just messed that up. So here's the construction site. Here's the four corners. Okay, so here's the house. And here is 1002 Kelly Lane. That's quite a distance. Yeah, 1039. All right, we'll go to that one next. Here, let me flip back over here. I'll walk a bit before I do that. 1039. All right, let's go to that. And let me find out exactly what house it is, and I'll mark it on the map that you're seeing. It's quite a bit up the hill. And this is this is no answer. Let's see, 1031, 1039. 39. What? That doesn't exist on Google Maps. 1036. Whoa, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Okay, I drive up the road here. I drive back up. I'm going to take a look to see what the hell is 1039, because when I'm looking at Google Maps, it doesn't show nothing beyond 1036. Hold on. I'm going to see where I go with this here. Give me 1 second. It is a beautiful day, and it's so beautiful there in Hendersonville. It really is. The homes are amazing. Oh my gosh, the architecture of these homes and the roofs and stuff, it's so beautiful. So beautiful there. Thank you, Sunshine. 10.5K. Thank you all. I appreciate it. And thanks for all the subs. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I just do some sweeps. I got a couple videos where I did some sweeps, and I know I drove up on Kelly Lane, so I'm going to take a look at that, pause it, go back to Google Maps. And I need to go back to my footage in the beginning where I first got there, because that's where that blue truck's at, and I want to find out who in the hell that blue truck is. The guy that screamed at me with his veins coming out of his neck, and I wasn't even doing anything. He literally got in his truck on purpose just to honk and scream at me. I want to find out. I need to go back to that footage in the very beginning. I know I drove up on it, and I know I seen it in my footage because I remember saying, damn, that's a nice truck. All right, I'm going to be swinging around here. Yeah, they said 139, Busby.
We're on a road trip.
Yeah, that's me kind of going by the house. Da da da. Yeah, it said Kelly Lane. So I know I drove straight up it. I'm just waiting to see. Because I do a turnaround. And I know the camera goes out that part too, so. Here, I guess I could fast forward it a bit. My bad, I just got sucked into looking at this. Let's see. It's just so beautiful. I think that's at the... Hold on. Oh, was I leaving? I'm confused where I'm at now since... Oh, here's the construction site again. Right?
Kind of look like you turned behind their house.
There it is. Ah, there it is. Okay, so I just need to back up. Okay. So when we turn, that's going to be the corner that Google Maps is not showing. So right there. So you see the construction site. Construction site. So my car's right here. Actually, it's right. I mean, it's not really right here, maybe. So you see the construction site off to the right, and you see this. Whoops. Whoa, it just rewound. I didn't see that. So I don't know where they're coming up with 139, 1039. I don't see it. Because what I see on Google Maps here is unless there was a house behind that one. Okay, so I know it was right after this. And Devon is where we were. Yeah, because I'm on Devon, and then here's Kelly Lane right here. I only see one house on the corner. Look, it's the same house. I only see one house on the corner. It's the same exact house. And now hopefully I can pause it real quick because whenever I switch back, it starts to play. There we go. Yeah, same house. That's it. Where's 1039? That's 1036. Look. Look in my top left.
I don't know.
Look
I
in the
already
top
got
left.
I already got car sick.
Sorry. 1036. 1036. I don't the other direction? This? Isn't that Devon Court? Because the front door is right here. The front door is right here. When was that? 2007. But the front door is right here. The mailbox is right here. So why is it considered? The mailbox is right next to that car. All right. We're going to switch to this here real quick. We're going to watch this court TV. I don't know. Just curious. we're gonna watch
I need to take a Dramamine.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
sometimes I get in this map mode where I'm just like I apologize about that. Sometimes I go a little crazy. I apologize. But we're going to check out this Court TV episode from a couple days ago. Seth joins, and then we're going to watch the new Court TV episode that's coming out about the search, the mysterious disappearance. And then tomorrow we're going to finish the conversation that we started last night. Just a little change of plans, but we're going to be switching it up just a little bit because I didn't know this other one's coming out tonight. So here's this one from a couple days ago.
25th. His mother was the last person to see him and says that he left the house without any shoes on and just a flashlight. So where is he? Searchers continue looking for Sebastian. And this morning, we have a very special guest joining us on the program, Sebastian Rogers' biological father, Seth Rogers. Seth, good morning to you. And might I just start by both saying thank you and just that my heart and the hearts of all of our wonderful viewers really go out to you. The agony that you're going through, I can't even imagine. I've seen you do some interviews, and I've been so amazed at how resilient you are. And you've talked about how nothing is going to make you give up hope. Tell us, please, where's that drive coming from?
My son. He's my life. He's my heart. He's not here, and I'm not complete unless I have him. So it's the drive to be whole again.
You know, I applaud you for holding out hope, being so resilient, being positive. And who knows what can happen with this investigation? And any day could be the day Sebastian comes home. From your perspective, Seth, how satisfied are you with the investigation being done by TBI?
My son's not here. They have no evidence. They haven't. Sumner County is the one that's like doing it. TBI is assisting. I've asked TBI to take it over. They haven't yet. There's just things that I don't think have been done.
What would you like to be done?
And TBI can't take over unless they have nefarious things going on. Because, and you'll see a lot of these small communities, and I'm not saying this is the case here in Hendersonville. I'm just saying when you look at any of these cases that we talk about or that are from small communities, there's a reason that they reach out, like Moscow. There's a reason that they reach out first and say, this is what we want you to help us with, and that's it. Because they want to keep them at a distance. You saw it with the Henrietta event that took place with Jesse McFadden. They hurried up and said, yo, we want your help, but just for this. And then you saw what took place. And down there, the OBI, the Oklahoma Bureau of Investigation, took over that investigation because of the nefarious things that were taking place with that local PD. So they use it as a tactic sometimes to keep the ones that can really discover the truth from getting too close. Not saying this is the situation, but that's why when somebody goes to the TBI or any of the state investigative units and says, we want you to take over, sometimes they can't because they are held back until they actually have some kind of evidence that'll show that the investigation isn't up to par and they get to take it over. So with him, I
Well,
understand. Go ahead.
no, it's okay. I'm just saying, with all the missing kids here, not just in this area, but everywhere, I just think that the police need to step down and let FBI take over from the beginning.
Yeah, it's been a month and a half, Nana. A month and a
Well,
half.
a lot of them. We got 3 years on some, 2 years on
Right.
the others. I mean, just step down and let FBI take care of it, and you can assist them. But I'm very frustrated with these children missing, and they're
Mhm.
not being found.
They
No
deserve
trace.
better. They deserve better. They're our future. It's our future. They deserve every opportunity and every gift that anybody can give because they are our future.
Absolutely. Yes.
They deserve the best. They deserve the best. What is the pic to the left? Is it of Sebastian? I'm not sure what you're... It's a field where probably people were searching.
Yeah.
But this is from a few days ago.
I mean, this father here, when he started out with, he's my life. He's my all. I mean, that's what fathers should act like, and not a
The-
lot of children that are missing. I've heard fathers or mothers express themselves in the way that Seth does, and I
They're
feel
our
for this
babies.
man.
They'll always be our babies, and that's the thing. No matter how old they get, you always see the little baby. Always. No matter
Yeah.
how old they get, you always see the little
My-
baby in them.
Yes, my
Always.
daughter's 38. I call her my baby girl.
Right. Because you can look at their face and it takes you back to when they were a little baby. Always. I can't believe people were being upset with me because I was talking about Sebastian, like we gotta help this family and this baby boy, you know what I mean? And I'm like, why in the hell are people
I know,
coming
I
up with,
heard
hey,
that, and I was like,
maybe they just never
no,
had kids.
he is somebody's baby boy, and he's
Always.
Seth's baby boy, no doubt.
Always.
Hmm.
Maybe they just didn't have children or something. I don't know, because to me, I was like, how could you not You know, how could you get upset? Because they're always your babies, always. And yeah, he does. It's his whole world, and you can see it come out of the pores of his skin with the passion that he has for his son.
Hmm. The love,
Right.
it's
Everything.
amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on that
Oh,
tangent.
Done
oh,
set that
oh,
hasn't been.
no, you're good. No, trust me. That's why I love having you on here now, because I love hearing you. I love hearing your thoughts and your kind voice and
Yeah.
your compassion. And I think it's appreciated, and I think it's something that it needs to be highlighted more out here in this community, because some of the hate that comes is just ridiculous, and it's
No.
nice to have a sweet voice.
My
So thank you.
children and my grandchildren are our future,
That's
and I
right.
will do everything in my power to raise them in the best way so they can
Mm-hmm.
be a good future
Mm-hmm.
to this world. And that's what everybody should do. And I
100.
know there are a lot more people that do that than don't. And the
It's
ones that
sad.
don't, shame on you.
Because there's so many people out there crying every single night because they don't have the opportunity to have a child, and there's people out there that just don't give a fuck, and
Well,
it's
TJ,
sad.
I don't know if you know this, but my daughter couldn't have children. And I have 2 adopted grandchildren from
Aw.
DCS. And I'm so blessed to have them, and they're so blessed to have us, because their life
Aw.
has changed into a loving and very caring family. So, I mean, she saved 2 children from the system, and
Right. Right. Shout out
it's
to her.
wonderful. Yeah,
Shout out to her.
her and her husband, yes. Hmm.
Shout out to her and him. Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going into my life, but I'm just saying, when you said people can't have children,
Yeah,
you
because
know,
there's people out there that are crying right now. Crying
Mhm.
right now because they don't have the opportunity. And you
one
have
of
parents out
yeah,
here like this that'll just disregard. And it's like,
yeah,
why don't you just give if you're going to be selfish already, be selfish already and just have your child have the availability to have the love that they deserve. Be selfish, give up your child. Be selfish, because you're going to be selfish anyway with whatever you're doing, scandalously. So just
right.
continue to be selfish, but let that child go enjoy somebody's love that they deserve.
One of my grandchildren were born addicted, and the other was SA'd, and
Aw.
they're getting all the help they can, and they're getting all the love. And we saved
Right.
2 children that really didn't have a life, that didn't have to go through the system for a long period of time, because they were 1 and 3.
Aw.
So
Shout
anyway,
out.
sorry,
No,
I don't mean to go into
no,
that, but
I'm
it just,
yeah.
I just
Shout
watch
out.
these children, and that's why I have such a passion for this right now, is
Right.
because I see them go go through the system, and they don't get help. And thank goodness for where my daughter is, that they took the children away.
Right. And shout out to her because there's some people that aren't even willing to do that. And shout out to her, because there are children out there that are in the system that are
Mhm.
stuck in between as well. So
Right.
shout out to her.
She
for
is a
doing-
good girl. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to her and her husband. And thank you for being an amazing mom, because it takes parents to show the love, which then children learn the love, which then can share that with another child. And so shout out to you as well, because they learn it from somewhere, and they learn it from us. And so
Thank you for that.
No, you're welcome. Thank you.
I'm like
'Cause
Seth. I love my daughter with all my heart.
it's the recycle of love. You shout, you like the
Mhm.
community. It's like with your own children, and then their children, and then their children. It's
Mhm.
the love that you share.
Mhm.
So shout out to you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
So who's walking in
I
here?
have a
What's
list
this?
of stuff, but
Oh.
I don't know if they've done it or not.
Just investigators that were searching
okay.
back then. This is just an old video clip.
I mean, there's been questions that have been asked that things that have been answered. It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed. You have to start back over from day one.
You know, going back to day one, so Sebastian goes to sleep the evening of February 25th. It's on the morning of the 26th that your ex-wife finds that he's not in his bedroom. She is the only one said to be home. And Sebastian could have vanished sometime in the hours from when she last saw him go to sleep and from the time she opened the door. There's a window there overnight. Your best guess, Seth, based on how well you know your son, what do you think happened to Sebastian?
He's not the type to put on, he's not the type to leave the house without putting on socks and shoes. As for running away or leaving, he didn't take his backpack. He didn't take his switch. He didn't take his phone. I mean, just doesn't make sense. And he's not one to wander. He's never eloped before.
Are you leaning towards a potential kidnapping?
Anything is speculation at this point in time, because there is no, as they have said, evidence that leads towards foul play. But there's things that just don't add up. His mother was the last one to see him. She's responsible for this, either through negligence at the bare minimum.
Has she been a good mother to Sebastian?
And that's true as hell right there. 1000%.
Not in my opinion.
Why
This
do you
is the
say that,
third
Seth?
time that issue. You know, my son's come up missing now under her watch. Time before that, her and Chris let my son get molested and raped in their apartment. And the time before that, I did a well care check because she let a known sex offender who, yes, did their 9 years in prison, but she left my son around that person. You don't do that. If you're a parent, you don't do that. You're supposed to protect your kid. You don't put them in where they can get in any type of harm's way.
Seth, you said something very upsetting, very shocking, and I just want to go back just a moment. You said that your wife allowed your son, Sebastian, your ex-wife, I should say, your ex-wife allowed Sebastian to be in a situation where he was molested and raped?
In California, and Chris in her apartment, they let a child who was 5 years older than my son play with my son and didn't bother to check on him there neither. And he lost his innocence because of it.
Seth, I'm so sorry to hear this. I'm so sorry to hear this. No child should be subjected to any kind of abuse whatsoever. Sexual abuse can be especially traumatic for a young child. Is this something that Sebastian has struggled with since then?
Yeah, I finally was able to actually start getting him therapy for it last year. The fact is that they weren't doing the correct thing, clearing California. And it's just last year finally getting him help because he's a victim. And now I'm finding out not only was, he was a victim of that, he's a victim of not getting the help he needs. And, you know, I've listened to some of their podcasts where they make fun of him, you know, make fun of his dancing. Chris obviously has this thing about corporal discipline with him. And it's just, it's not good.
Seth, I'm so
I
sorry.
need to find my son,
Right.
and he's going to need extensive therapy now to put him back on the right track.
Yes. Was Sebastian the one who told you about the sexual abuse that had happened?
His mother did, and my son did. This happened in California, so Sheriff's Department, CPS was involved. Sheriff's Department was involved there. They wouldn't give me the kid's name, his last name. But at least the only thing I was able to do there was put the detective over that case in contact with the school psychologist so that at least they could protect the other children from this child.
Right. So no juvenile
California would-
proceedings commenced or anything like that, Seth, with this child. He wasn't brought
Not
to
in
juvenile court.
California. No, in California, kids 13, you know, they're like, he's too young to prosecute. And they wouldn't do anything about the parents either.
Seth, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My heart breaks for you for so many reasons, and this is just one more of those reasons. Tell me, please, Seth, what else do you want the public to know as people all over are hoping and praying for your son Sebastian's safe return?
That I'm just looking for him. I need people to help. I'm just one person. I can do a lot, but I can't do everything. And I have to find him.
Absolutely. You have to find him. And we will continue doing everything we can here at Court TV to help you find him, putting his picture out there, video, talking about him. And hopefully he is somewhere where he can be brought home safe to you soon. Seth Rogers, thank you so much for this talk. Thank you for sharing all of those things. I know it's not easy. Every good wish as you hopefully bring Sebastian home safe soon.
Thank you.
And that's basically what we were getting into in last night's show with that Pascal call, with what he was talking about right there.
CJ, I want to thank you because, like he said, he's only one person, and
Yeah.
for you to go out there and help him. I know you weren't thanked, but sometimes you don't need thanks, you know, to always
Yep.
get what you want. You know in your heart what you did was right, and I want to thank you for that.
And thank you.
One thing I want to say also,
Yeah.
that child was 7 years old
Ain't
when
that
he was
crazy?
essayed, and he didn't get help until he was 14. That totally breaks my heart. Now, where did the system break down on that? You know that
CPS
CPS
failed.
had to be involved in that.
Mm-hmm.
Why did they not follow up and make sure that he was getting the proper therapy that he needed?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like I said, I know my grandchildren are getting this therapy, and they should have followed up. I mean, that's part of. This just breaks my heart.
That's what their job is to be there for the child, number one. You know what I mean? I even went through that shit with my custody battle to get full custody, and I experienced the CPS BS myself. And it's sad. It's sad that that's their job and they don't even do it. There's so many stories out there of how they've failed these children, failed our children. And when it comes to stories like it's awful. It's awful. And the fact that it's like you don't take your vehicle to a mechanic that claims to do oil changes and specializes in oil changes but doesn't do the oil changes very well. Do you continue to take your car to a mechanic to change your oil and they forget to put the bolt back in the oil pan? Because that's what's taking place here.
Hmm.
They're not putting the bolt in the oil pan.
Yeah. It's sad
And
that
then
so
the,
many children are just left behind.
it's
Ugh.
very sad because that's their damn job. That's what they're
CJ,
supposed to
I
do.
love you. You know where I have to go.
Yes, I know. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so
I
much.
appreciate you letting me up and chat.
Thank
You're
you.
wonderful. I love y'all. I'm gonna
Love
come back though. I promise.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We'll be on tomorrow too.
I know.
Have a
Thank
good
you
night.
so much.
No,
And
you're good. Thank
everyone, God bless you and kiss your children goodnight and hug them so much. And
Yes.
even if they're 28, go in and hug them. You know, they're still your babies. Love you.
Yes, they are. Always will. Love you too.
Good
Thank you
night.
so much. Good night. We're gonna get into this episode here. This is part 2. I guess the one that we watched earlier from Red Rum Media was a part 1. I do want to call this contribution call out real quick. Sorry, StreamYard's also been buggy, and it just showed this contribution. So I don't even know what time it came through, but I want to say Blue Icy Breeze. Thank you for becoming a member. And I will be dropping that special gift tonight. It'll probably be around midnight or so. So look for that. And if you end up going to sleep before, just wake up and it'll be right there in the morning for you for the members only. Thank you so much for your support when it comes to the memberships. It does mean everything to us. So this is the Red Rum Media, and we're going to go into part 2 here. Then we're going to check out that new Court TV episode that's coming out. But out of respect for Court TV, we are going to be delayed quite a bit. So it's just out of respect for them. But we are going to check it out tonight. And then we're going to go ahead and end the episode after that. Tomorrow, like I said, I'll be putting notifications out. We're going to have an Idaho 4 show. Excuse me. Watching last week's court hearing, then going into tomorrow's court hearing live. We're going to have some special guests on the show. And then tomorrow night, we're going to be going into more of the Sebastian missing persons case. So thank you all for hanging out tonight. Thank you for your peace, positivity, and progressive approach, because it does add to the atmosphere that we do have, because it's all for you, your comfort and your safety, while we discuss these things that are going out in this crazy world. And please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way. And we're going to get more into this. So this is part 2. I'll drop the link for the video. Definitely go show some love and hit a like for the hard work. Because look, this one only has 88. So, show some love at this one too. I'll share the link here in a second. And this is part 2. Let me change the camera so that way you guys get the dispatch audio transcript up there too. So we'll do this, and we'll go ahead and play.
Central to 47. Central to 47 and 184.
184 Long Haul Pike. 36.
Heading missing juvenile 1008 Stafford Court. 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised this morning they woke up and their 15-year-old male is not in the bed. We had a white male, 3 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants. Juvenile does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors are locked at this time.
10-4 Monroe.
So far, show you.
Hello, Central.
12, go ahead. I show you now.
8-9 clear verbal warning.
Got it, I had you clear verbal.
47 Central.
47, go ahead.
Yes, the juvenile has a phone.
So then I asked the call taker to ask if the juvenile has a phone. Great. Central to 68. I am Mrs. Fire Call.
Good.
In the area of Dean Plant Road and Newton Lane. Caller brings back a truck is on fire. Pull over on the side of the road. Caller's no longer answering call taker's questions. Central to 47184 and 12. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
47 to 12. Get there and see what's going on. Go around search of the residence. We'll go from there.
184. Your OCA will be 02197. 02197. And the call is 634. Sure.
When you get a chance, can you call all of the local hospitals just to make sure he's not in one of those?
That's right.
68 Central on Payne.
Partially on 47. 12.
Good, cool.
I took Interpersonal Medical Center ER, Center Station ER, Summer Regional ER, and Skyline, all clear of the juvenile. Also, I do have a 911 hangout pending at 132 Hollywood Boulevard, Zone 1. There is no call history, name attempted, and with line with no connection. Do you want me to clear it?
10-4 Central, you clear. 68 Central, K9's on the ground.
Copy, K9 on the ground.
Hey, Jenkins, he's on for 63 Central.
837.
I'll be 10-6 at Cairo. Well, we're going north on the Stafford.
47. Code Red has been launched. That is the Code Red has been launched. That is the
One open animal farm near Happy Hollow, Center Point area. Go ahead. Next big track back up, going into the construction site over here, back towards the beach. Boy, I'm behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Hey, this is all dry, hard packed. Out of Stafford Court. LT, we're now headed back south towards the cemetery on the far end of the construction site. Good boy, I can see you. I do have some footprints over here. Right there where you're standing? Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints? My shoes, that Max went straight into the pond. He literally dove into it. 12 DMA 1, you direct. Hey, repeat that, Rice. Let me make sure he... Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water. Yeah, do you see any prints around it? There's a few footprints in some of the softer dirt, headed straight this way on the track that he was running. 1247, what size shoe does he wear? Size 10, 25 Central. That's to Stafford Court. Go ahead. Do we have a picture yet? That's simple. Can you send it to me, please? 22 Central, yeah. Stafford Court call. Where the riprap is, where the trees are, 25 feet maybe out in toward the middle. 2D may 1. 2D may 1. Hey guys, the construction zone, there's another pond. There's somebody standing in the woods. It looks like a person. It is a person, we know, but there's another pond. He's standing back there by himself. Past the construction zone in the same area back there. Next to the north of us? Yeah, the north end of it, yeah. Where they're working on the machinery at, go straight back. There's another pond back there. But there's a person in the woods by that pond. Past the house on the other side of the tree line. Going back toward the beach or going on the back side? Yeah, on the back side, and he's not moving. He's just standing there by himself in the woods. It's Hendersonville 517.
And that's why I'm dropping that playlist for the boots and boat search, because you see all of this area that they're talking about in this audio.
I'm on the northeast corner in the cemetery across the tree line. Am I close? No, the back side. Nikki, if you can, do you have anybody there with you that can drop a 3 words location? Stand by. Let me see if I can find it on my map. I got my drone grounded for the moment, and I'll see if I can do it. Target's over. 1 to 2. I'm in my truck going up the corner. Can you see us? Lance, hold up. I'm going to jump in with you. 2, there's 4 of us on foot coming across the yard. Start directions. 19's on the scene. Everybody's on the ATV right there in that field, driving straight to the woods. Straight in, straight in. Keep going like you're going. Keep going. Go left, go left. Just come back, you passed it. We can just throw us on foot on the other side, pick us up and tell us which way to go. Yeah, we only have one drone. We don't want to get off the target, and we got somebody close to it. All right, somebody's walking straight to it right there. So walk. There's 2 people right there. Walk like you're going. Walk like you're going straight. Into the woods. You should be about 15 foot from it.
We search all of it right here. This playlist right
You
here.
should be all over it, whatever it is right there. The 2 people walking the woods. It's a mannequin. Sorry, guys. Look just like a person from the air. Hendersonville 66. What's the name of the child that we're looking for?
First name is Sebastian.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
First name is Sebastian.
We have a last known physical description, height, clothing.
Last clothing description was black sweatpants with a white stripe, black long sleeve t-shirt with a print.
Simple thing. T3 Central back to service. Nikki, how many drones do y'all have up? 1 at the moment. I've got mine grounded so I can get Sark Topo up. I'll be back in the air momentarily.
10-4. Central on scene. Put 2 out here with me.
Bryce, call me, please. Timbo, who's at the residence? I just got back here. 10-4, has anybody been there since the initial? There's a whole bunch of people here now. My mom has. 12 to 55. 12 to 55.
Yes, sir.
Can you help me listen to the radio on the north end until we wrap this up, please? Yes, sir. Brandon, you've got Hendersonville Mountain Patrol coming up there, and Joe's sending some more cars if we can start from the beginning from the original house and set up a new plan up there. 10-4, that's what we're doing now, sir. Thank you.
63 Central clear. False call.
Oh, yeah, so neighbor advised that he's found the child under his son's car, which is across the street, 2 doors up. So be sure and search under cars and under things. Go ahead. Who do you want to go with this other canine search and rescue? Simple. There's Ken. HSG's down here at the end of the road. I'm going to direct him to the pond.
12.
Go ahead. I just talked to the GC, the construction bacteria. He's going to start getting the word out to all his crews that are out here working. Simple, thank you. He's going to have them check all their current under construction sites that they're working on, and then report back. Simple. Is associated with 1008 staff report. It's supposed to be coming back to 1008 staff report so we can get a game plan and reconvene. Hey, Target, can you put a drone right over top of this trash can, this dumpster, see if there's anything in it? 12. All the buildings up here are clear. Simple. Come back to 1008. We're going to put people on groups. Send up. Simple.
16 Central. In service with East West.
12 Central. 16 will be Control Supervisor. I'll be Team Commander at 1008.
Wow. I want to say shout out to Red Rum Media. We're going to be getting some crazy stuff, right? Go show some love at them links. Get her above 100 likes. Get it into the algorithm. She deserves it. I would love to have her on the show tomorrow when we go into it some more, if she would be available. I don't know how to reach out to her, but if any of you do, see if she'd be interested in coming on tomorrow. I'd like to discuss more of it, see what she thinks. and listen to them again with you all, and we'll go through them again, right? So check them out tonight. Go show some love to the links tonight. Go show some love to her. Go through them yourself. Come out with some timestamps tomorrow, and tomorrow night's episode. We'll go into both of those parts again. Very, 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 very freaking interesting, you guys. We're going to switch to the Court TV episode that came out about the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. We're on a half an hour delay out of respect for Court TV. And we're going to check it out together tonight. And then we're going to be back tomorrow with a couple shows for you. Thank you all for hanging out. And I appreciate you. And thank you for going to sub to her as well. Thank you for going to sub to her as well. I'd love to have her on tomorrow night. Let me know. But here's this latest Court TV episode. We're going to check this out. And let's see here. Right here. It just starts from the beginning. And let's check this out together. Whoa! Holy shit, are we going into the future or what? Oh, here we go. Jeez, that's crazy.
Tennessee.
Damn, that's cool as shit. Boom. Boom.
Inside this beautiful neighborhood in Hendersonville, Tennessee, there is an unsolved mystery. It was a Sunday night going into a Monday morning, and 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was supposed to be inside his home sleeping. His mother, Katie Proudfoot, says he went to bed at 9, but was making some noise around 10, including a thud sound. Katie told him to go to sleep. She went to bed around midnight. Then at 6 a.m., Katie woke up. She went to his room to get him ready for school, but Sebastian was gone. She searched the house and he was nowhere to be found. Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, was not home, and Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, was at work about 45 minutes away. Police responded and began trying to figure out what happened. That was back on February 26th. And now, more than a month later, no sign of Sebastian, no sign of foul play, and no answers about what happened. Tonight, we'll take a look at some of the strange facts surrounding this case, like the lights in the neighborhood at 3 a.m. We'll also take a closer look at Sebastian and how his medical conditions and mental health could have played a role. And we'll focus on the water searches as we continue our investigation into the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers.
I'm Benny Politan. Thank you for joining us tonight on Closing Arguments. I can't believe we're still here tonight.
Pastel Vinny.
In the search for a 15-year-old boy with autism, and there's zero leads. Zero leads in this case. How does that happen? And you take a step back and you think, well, what are the possibilities of where he is or what happened to this little boy? Now, he could have, he's 15 years old. He could have, on his own, gotten up and run away. But could a 15-year-old boy in the middle of the night get up, run away, and not leave evidence of anything? Could he be that stealth? Now, people often, sometimes people run away and they don't want to be found for whatever reason. And obviously that's a possibility here. But a 15-year-old boy pulling that off? 15-year-old boy with autism, able to just get out of the house, no one's gonna find me, go wherever he's going, and somehow hiding and surviving? That's one possibility, right? Another possibility is somebody did something and something happened. But over and over again, we hear no evidence of foul play. And the real question I have tonight is, investigators, are they any closer to finding him? So there was another search, and we heard about this last week, a search of the area. So if they're searching that area, that means that, from my perspective, they don't know where he is, number one. They don't necessarily know what happened to him. Because they're telling us no evidence of foul play, and we're still searching and we're still finding nothing. So are they any closer tonight than they were on February 26th? And let's look at the other possibility here, right? That there is foul play without any evidence, right? There's no evidence of foul play. That doesn't mean that there wasn't foul play and they just have not found any evidence. Or it could be a combination of the two, that he decides to leave on his own and then something happens. But still, under all of these scenarios, there's not one video. There's not one witness coming forward. There's no forensic evidence. There's no evidence of anything happening anywhere. Like, this is baffling to me that in 2024, someone just vanished. You know, where could he be? I think these water searches are crucial, and we're going to talk about that tonight. And you look at the neighborhood and you go around, and there's ponds everywhere. They're kind of murky. But, like, wouldn't there be evidence, like, leading to that pond or something, wherever it is, whether it's close or far? I mean, how far is he getting without shoes in the middle of the night? Like, really, where's he going? Where's a 15-year-old without shoes going? Why doesn't anyone know? Why doesn't anyone know? I'm asking a lot of questions tonight because there's all questions. There seemingly aren't answers anywhere. But why doesn't anyone know where he is? It's mind-boggling. In most of the cases that we've covered, someone's missing, there are certain clues. Oh, there's a ping off of a cell phone. There's a spotted at a rest stop. There is someone who's wanted. There is something that is left behind that, okay, the case isn't solved, but there's a lead, like there's a direction. Here, there's nothing, absolutely nothing. How is that possible, and why doesn't anyone know? Let me bring in our guest joining us tonight. Podcaster Pascal Beaubuff is with us. You can watch him on YouTube at The Pascal Show. A lot of people have been. You've been talking a lot about this. Give me just your initial thoughts tonight about, like, this case, because there are other stories and cases that you cover as well. But this one, it's like nothing, Pascal.
Well, honored to be here, Benny. But I got to be honest. This is getting thicker than a Snicker, and there still aren't any answers to all the questions, and even more and more questions keep coming up, and the answers are just sitting in the back, and I don't know what is going on. It is so crazy, this case, and we're turning left, we're turning right. It's been all over the place, and man, I just wish we had at least something, a little tiny bit of something that would lead us towards Sebastian's location, at least.
No evidence of foul play. No one is a suspect in anything. Yet, did something happen that would make him want to leave? Was there a reason for him to go somewhere? Is there evidence of him going anywhere? How do you get in and out of the house? What was his state of mind? These are so many questions, but let's start just by looking at a map. I want to look at a map so we have some idea of where all this is happening. It's a neighborhood. It's a nice neighborhood. There is a construction of another nice neighborhood taking place next door.
You look on this map, there's a cemetery. There's various places where there are small bodies of water. There is a high school there as well. There's Long Hollow Pike, the road. On the other side of that road, there is a whole bunch of trees and brush and more bodies of water there. But at the end of the day, Pascal, when we begin here, looking at this neighborhood, that's the first thing. I always start with the neighborhood. And this is not the middle of nowhere. There's nice homes, like really nice homes in this neighborhood. If you're leaving in the middle of the night, where are you going? And if someone is coming to meet him in the middle of the night, I would think someone would have seen or heard, or some video somewhere would show us something.
Right. I mean, you'd think that at least some sort of ring camera would have picked something up. Some security camera, something of some sort would have shown Sebastian moving around. I mean, of course, we've seen this flashlight video. It looks like fireflies in the dark. Now that's been debunked, saying that is a garbage truck, which I still am wondering how a garbage truck with a light on moves around in that kind of fashion. It just seems a little bit weird to me.
At 3 o'clock in the morning. Let me tell you,
Exactly.
if the garbage man shows up in my neighborhood 3 o'clock in the morning, everyone in the neighborhood's calling the next day saying, don't ever do that again, because it's going to wake everybody up.
No doubt. Absolutely. So that's the thing that doesn't make any sense. What's the activity that was going on in that area? And is there any depiction of that at all?
Let's do this. There's an audio recording that's been circulating online that sounds like it could be a radio transmission call from a canine handler during the search for Sebastian. The speaker references several places near Sebastian's home, like that construction site we've been talking about, the cemetery, and the retention pond. The link to the audio file was uploaded to Twitter by SF Investigates. It's unclear, though, where the recording came from originally. Let's take a listen.
Nice big track back up, going into the construction site over here back towards the beach. Go on behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Hey, this is all dry, hard packed. Outside report. LT, we're now headed back south towards the cemetery on the far end of the construction site. Oh boy, I can see. I do have some footprints over here. Right there where you're standing? Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints. The shoes that Max went straight into the pond. He literally dove into it.
And that we believe is the canine, Pascal. And we heard about this early on in the investigation, which would, make some sense. There's a scent that they're following towards the retention pond. But my understanding is they drained the retention pond and found nothing here.
Yeah, that's what I've learned as well. I mean, I remember in the very beginning of this whole case, they were saying that no scent. There was no scent at all. Now we're suddenly hearing about footprints and a scent leading into this retention pond. But then they even drained the pond. So what's going on here? What's the truth? Who's misleading who? And why are they withholding this information? Because I don't know which is the truth. And I think the public really wants to know. We, I think, deserve to know. The people that are out here volunteering time after time, day after day, looking for Sebastian, they deserve to know something that pertains to getting closer to finding Sebastian.
Now, you've spoken with Sebastian's father on your show several times. Let's take a listen to one of those interviews and discussions that you had involving this dog following some scent.
One dog followed a scent out into a construction site and then it disappeared. Could you maybe expand on that or explain a little bit more about that?
One of the dog handlers told me first day, Monday, that the dog popped to a trail and they followed it and went all the way around and it ended in a construction site, but it ended. It's like there was nothing there.
Right. That's a little odd.
Which
right?
Leads me to believe that, well, if it ends, normally the scent ends when you stop traveling on foot From my understanding, that would mean that he got into a car.
That's right. So now you listen to that, and again, they're saying that there's no evidence of foul play, but there's a scent leading to nothing, to absolutely nothing there, Pascal. I mean, you've got to deduce something from that. They haven't really talked about this a lot, but this would seem to be a potential lead or explanation as to what could have happened here if, in fact, he's leaving the house, heading towards that construction site, nothing in the water, but the scent disappears.
It's very weird. In that interview, Seth talks about footprints going in, or a scent going into this construction site, talks about the pond. But then he came on later in another show, days later, about a week later, says that had been debunked. We've heard it on other platforms as well, saying that law enforcement said that the scent that they are talking about was debunked.
See, there's a bunch, and this is what I was hearing from the community, that's what took place. So that's why I'm shocked when it comes to that. And then if you want to see us, search these areas. These are the areas that we searched with the boots and boats. Definitely check it out if you didn't get to see it.
But then we're all still hearing from the Proudfoots about this scent leading into the pond. Yet again, like you said earlier, Vinny, that pond was drained. They walked that pond. So why are we still talking about this, the footprints, the scent leading into those areas? Like I said, something's just not mathing for me. Something just doesn't make any sense.
And have the Proudfoots come on your show?
No, I would love to have them on my show.
So we've invited them as well, Wayne, and I know this is a difficult spot for everyone involved, and they've spoken to the Chronicles of Olivia. We spoke with her. They've spoken with Nancy Grace as well. A lot of people talking about that interview. But it seems that you've got Sebastian's parents are in totally different places, and I get it. They're not together, so obviously they don't see things the same way to begin with. But at this point, you hear a lot from Seth. You hear very little from the Proudfoots. Seth seems to still be on the ground there, involved in coordinating some searches near and around that construction site, close to the home. And the Proudfoots seemingly are out of town.
Yeah, they're gone. It seems like they're on vacay, to be honest. But I will say this, just because they are somewhere else in their RV, away from that house, away from the search, is not an admission of guilt. But by the court of public opinion, optically, it looks really, really bad. I wish that they were here or there, doing whatever they can to find Sebastian, because again, it should be the three of them, boots on the ground, trying to find Sebastian. But this also gives us a little bit, it shines a little bit of a light on the relationship, the dynamics that are going on between the three of them. Something seems like something might be a little bit off between the three of them.
Oh, I agree. And later on in the program, we're going to dig through some of the divorce documents, and you can tell that by reading those, you understand people get divorced for a reason and things are bad. But, we had an experience, and maybe it was very unusual with Gabby Petito. Her parents both got remarried, and together that group was a force, and they were all on the same page, looking
Absolutely.
for Gabby desperately. That's not the case here, and it could have to do with the dynamics of the divorce, everything else. But at the end of the day, there's not a unified approach to the search, to looking, to trying to find what happened here. And that is troubling. From people you've spoken to in all of this, do you get a sense that the Proudfoots were getting some flack, and it could have been potentially dangerous for them to hang around, that people were looking at them the wrong way? And we know sometimes how these stories and cases can take on a life of their own, and you start to feel a little bit of the pressure.
Well, I will say this. I mean, I get it. that they may be getting death threats. They may be getting some threats of some sort. There may be a lot of pressure where everybody's giving him the hard side eye. I definitely get that. But at the end of the day, the main common goal should be universal. The focus on finding Sebastian. I don't know about you, okay, but as a family man, as someone who cares for my loved ones, if ever someone I loved went missing, I don't care how much ridicule. If I became the town's pariah, I wouldn't care. I'd still show up and do everything I could to find my son, to find my daughter, to find my loved one. So optically, again, this is very, very weird.
Yep.
It's counter to what people believe in their gut, and it's counter to what I've seen from other parents in the past. You know, in all the stories, and unfortunately you've seen this before, where a child goes missing and you wonder how everyone reacts and acts in the aftermath. If the child is still missing and hasn't been found, why would you ever stop looking? How could you ever stop looking? Where are you looking? And that's not happening here, and that's troubling for a lot of folks. But at the end of the day, there's a child still missing, and the child needs to be found. The child could be in danger. No one knows. If you're the ones in the home, that he disappeared from, you know more than anyone about what could have happened here. And we're not necessarily seeing that. Go ahead.
Vinny, that's an incorrect statement there. I think I know a hell of a lot more than what's going on over there than your guest, sir. I'm just saying, respectfully. I think I know a hell of a lot more.
If it's okay, one thing that I've realized about the Petito Schmidt family, regardless of their differences, they became a united front. They came together for the common goal of trying to find Gabby Petito and get justice for Gabby. We're not seeing this here. And what breaks my heart is that it should be a unified front. They all should be banding together, putting aside their differences and looking at the common goal, getting Sebastian home.
Absolutely. Pascal's going to stay with us. When we come back, we're going to take a closer look at Sebastian and bring in an expert, talk about some of the issues that we've uncovered that Sebastian was suffering from, how all of that could impact what happened to this 15-year-old, plus coming up next hour.
In Oakland County, Michigan, the parents of the Oxford school.
It's the doomsday prophet, Chad Daybell, on trial.
Knew my son was missing, and I just started watching body language, listening to words coming out. Did I form an opinion? Yeah, I formed an opinion. I am only human. That again, once again, my son, something has happened to my son under her watch. And once again, she wasn't being an adult. She wasn't being a parent taking care of an autistic child.
That there are problems. It's obvious that there are problems here.
Mic check, Vinny. You didn't do your mic check, buddy.
Between Seth and Katie, that's why they got divorced. Now, they have a child together, a child with autism, and trying to understand these dynamics and how that could impact what happened to Sebastian and why he would suddenly vanish for whatever reason that it could impact. We dove into the divorce documents between Katie and Seth, because sometimes you go in there, you can pull out information that may very well shed some more light on this case and Sebastian himself. Take a look on the screen here. In those divorce documents, our son suffers from a rare condition called 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome. Among the symptoms he suffers from are incidents of acting out, where he hits and bites himself out of frustration. He's been known to throw himself to the ground during these incidents. So what exactly is this 6Q27? How could that impact a child? How could that impact a teenager who's 15 years old? We're going to dig into that right now. Still with me, podcaster Pascal Boboff, and also joining us tonight in Los Angeles, California, clinical and forensic neuropsychologist, associate professor at Pepperdine University, and author of The New Rules of Attachment. Dr. Judy Ho is with us. Thank you so much. Dr. Judy Ho, let me ask you this. 6Q27, what is that? What does that mean? And how could that impact a child and then a 15-year-old teenager and someone who's been a child of a divorce?
Well, Benny, 6Q27 deletion syndrome is a genetic condition. It's very rare, and it's caused by the deletion of a small piece of chromosome 6. So the deletion can vary in size. We don't know more details. And also what we know about this syndrome is that it's somewhat heterogeneous in presentation. So just depending on how much it's affecting the person, they could display a number of different behavioral difficulties. We saw on that court document that you just showed, Vinny, some of the ones that are specific to Sebastian. But some of the more common ones are some developmental delays in some area of perhaps language or motor skills or even social skills. Sometimes these individuals have a mild intellectual disability and some cognitive issues. Oftentimes they have communication difficulties, social challenges, understanding feelings of another person and being able to interact back and forth. Sometimes they'll have difficulty with impulse control and managing their anger and more negative emotions. And there is some research that suggests there may be an increased risk of autism disorder. So they're not one-to-one, but there may be a slight risk amplified based on this particular deletion syndrome.
Now, also in these documents, they describe a specific incident. And again, this is from papers filed by Seth. On August 11th, 2016, I had told him that day that if he cleaned his room, he could go swimming. I asked him if his room was clean, and he replied that it wasn't. I told him he couldn't go swimming until it was clean. Sebastian reacted by flying into a rage, screaming and hitting himself, biting himself, and trying to throw himself on the floor. I reached out to catch him before his head hit the door frame. So Dr. Judy Ho, knowing this, knowing that he is a child with autism, you kind of put that together. Now he's 15 years old, going through those changes as well. He's in the middle of a situation where his mother and father don't really get along and don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. What are your thoughts about how all of that could play a role in why this child has vanished?
Well, Vinny, during the teenage years, we know that our young people are going through a number of different transitions. They're trying to figure out who they are, their identity, their place in life. They're grappling with issues of self-esteem and what they're going to do in the future. So that's already a stressful time for everyone. But now we have these additional stressors, mom and dad possibly not getting along, trying to figure out, how to essentially exist in the middle as you're seeing potential co-parenting difficulties. Individuals, even if they're not communicating them directly, they're still feeling the pressure. They're still feeling the difficulties from these parental arguments. And so if we think of this time as a potentially very stressful time, an additionally stressful time for Sebastian, there could have been a number of other things that have come up. Maybe his emotion regulation difficulties were even getting more challenging in face of these stressors. And so I just think that there's so much more that we have to uncover because there's way more than meets the eye. I heard your conversation with Pascal earlier, and there's just a lot of things that are not really making sense and not adding up. And it just kind of feels like some of the information, as we mentioned before, there was a CPS call to the primary residence of the mother and the stepfather. Now, why was it that CPS call? Why was biological father Seth not notified of that until later, finding out on podcasts? There's something here that we don't know about, and we have so much more to find out.
Pascal, in your conversations with Sebastian's dad, Seth, Did this come up? Did he talk a lot about the stress between his family, between him and Katie, and issues of custody and where this child was going to stay, and whether or not there was something happening around this time, some sort of a change in that relationship?
Well, honestly, the conversations that we've had on the show, a lot of it has just been him saying, hey, as soon as school is over, Sebastian's coming over to stay with me, and then he'll be with me from that point on. So there hasn't really been much detail about any type of rift or any type of tension between the three of them or anything of that sort. So the only part that became a moment of tension was when he found out about the CPS being called after the belt incident on Sebastian. And he was like, I just didn't know about any of that. I just found out through the podcast, like we just said a second ago. And he was absolutely shocked. He obviously was very upset, very moved, very perturbed over that information. But honestly, as far as talking about the dynamics of the relationship in before Sebastian disappeared, he didn't say much. He was fairly diplomatic about that, to be completely honest.
Now, Sebastian's father told Nancy Grace in an interview posted on YouTube this week that Sebastian had expressed on several occasions that he did not want to return to the home he shared with his mother and stepfather. Let's take a listen.
He's on multiple occasions sat there and has told me he doesn't want to go back. And I've asked him, why don't you want to go back? And he wouldn't tell me. He didn't say why. He was just like, I just don't want to go back. And it's, at that point in time, I'm just like, okay, well, maybe it's the freedom that he gets at my house.
Dr. Judy Ho, there's lots of reasons why a 15-year-old may want to stay with one parent over the other for whatever reason. But if that same child now disappears, I think this is something that becomes much more significant.
That's exactly right, Vinny. At some point or another, between these mixed households, child's going to show a preference over living in one household for another. A lot of the reasons are not nefarious. It's just something that they're going through. But like you said, putting all of the pieces together, the CPS call, the child disappearing, some potentially strange behaviors from mother and stepfather. Again, everybody grieves differently. Everybody deals with stress differently. But I think a lot of people are saying, well, why are you not staying close? Why are you not doing something more active in the search? Even if you are afraid of the social pressures around you, isn't the biggest priority to try to find your son and make sure that he's okay? I think it's just there's more and more things now that are adding up, Vinny, that's causing us to question exactly what was going on in this household right before he disappeared.
And Pascal, the other thing is happening, the more that, and you said this off the top, right? The deeper you go into the interpersonal relationships and issues that the adults in Sebastian's life have, it just seems like there's much more potential for there to be a reason for him to disappear, whether he disappears voluntarily or whether something happened that made him disappear. It just seems that there's conflict and there are things happening in the lives of these three adults.
Absolutely. Obviously, as you can see, there's a lot going on, as you just said. There's a lot going on inside this family, this blended family, if you will. And there could be many possibilities of him running off because he couldn't stand bouncing back and forth like a tennis ball from one household to the other. There is a possibility of him liking staying with his father more than staying with the Proudfoots. That's a possibility as well. But I guess that's still, those are all questions that are still up in the air that I think we're all pleading for an answer on.
Yeah, it's the is Sebastian. Pascal Beaubuff, make sure you check him out on YouTube after this show, right? You have to wait after this show. Go to Pascal, download, watch his live streams. Awesome stuff. Dr. Judy Ho, great to see you. Make sure you grab the book. When we come back, folks, we're going to focus on some of the water searches There's a lot of water in that area. Not big bodies of water, but enough. That's next.
Ooh, that's loud.
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out?
We're not ruling anything out.
All right, I get it. Not ruling it out. It seems they don't really have the leads, the evidence. They just concluded another search last Friday. So where are we in all this? I want to show you the map another time, because this is, again, this is significant in all of this in terms of whether or not there are clues, whether a scent was picked up, whether or not water searches are the key right now in this area, and how wide of a scope will you go? Chris Proudfoot was interviewed by Nancy Grace, and this is what he said. He said there have been dogs from all over the country that have come in and done searches and had scent hits in various locations. But I could say a certain percentage of them tend to go towards the same spot, which would have been a retention pond. At least 3 that I know for a fact that did hit on the retention pond. What does that mean? Joining us tonight from the United Cajun Navy, Kevin LaFond, and in Salt Lake City, Utah, private investigator Jason Jensen. Great to have you both back. Kevin, let me start with you.
I think we'll just save this for tomorrow night because I don't want to hear. It's been a great night tonight. I'm just not into bullshit. I'm just not into bullshit. I'm just saying. I'm just not into bullshit. We'll get into the bullshit tomorrow night. We'll get into the bullshit tomorrow night. We're almost hitting 5. I do want to, you know what? I am going to shout out Nark Divers again because they do have an episode. Remember when we were watching at that press conference, right? The press conference that they had, and they were showing, I was like, we were watching it live, and I was like, wait a minute, that looks like the Riley strain, because that was the same angle that I was looking down, and that was the same boat that I was sitting there filming. If you want to check out, let me see here, where's it at? Riley Strain live on location playlist. If you want to check it out, we even have some GoPro stuff in there for you. We even have some GoPro stuff in there for you. So check that out as we were doing spots and searches going through there. Yeah, I'm going to shout out Nark Divers real quick because, again, they had a video that talked about that specific agency and what they did. So here's the link for that. And we'll get into that tomorrow night as well. Let me share the page, Nark Divers again. Okay, shout out. Just got over 6K. Awesome. They have a video, and we'll get into this tomorrow night. Where did it go? There's a News Nation thing right here. Baited by United Cajun Navy scam. News Nation. So we're gonna. This is a little 7-minute video. Screw it. We'll play it. We'll play it here real quick. Go show some love. Here's the link for the video as well. Go show some love. Shout out Nark Divers. Check this out, everybody. Screw it. We're gonna play it.
What's happening, y'all? It's Trey, Nark Divers. I told you all I'm not really here to make friends. I'm here to build a team, work with people with the same mindset. So when we were down in Nashville, Tennessee, Ronnie, Brothers Underwater Recovery, Integrity Canine Services, and myself were up on the bank doing our due diligence, checking out the ground, checking out vantage points, looking into the waterway. We were approached by the TikTokers and News Nation. They asked us why we were there, what we were doing, what our game plan was. We told them, and then they asked us if they could come on Ronnie's Brothers Underwater Recovery's boat. And Ronnie said, well, we really don't have the room. We're trying to do our search. They were very persistent, and they asked if they meet us at the boat ramp we were going to be deploying from, and we exchanged contact information. We deployed from the boat ramp that we went to, Shelby Park boat ramp. We're doing our search. We did our search, then we looked at the vantage points, found out where he possibly could have went in at, right? We go back to get our dive gear. They're at the boat ramp. They end up on the boat, no harm, right? They gave us some information for Riley's dad, and then we went back with the cameraman, and the man from Mr. Flag, the Cajun Navy, was present on the bank, ironically, right? He was not there the entire morning when we were there, but, he could have been anywhere else, right? So, just an uneasy feeling that we got. So I'm just going to play this clip from a different news company or news station. We have several watercraft. That's Flag from Cajun Navy, right? He's saying we have several watercraft. What you're seeing is the cameraman from News Nation. You got Ronnie operating the boat. You got the K9 and Integrity K9 Services, correct? And then they're filming this, portraying this as it's Cajun Navy. So as they orchestrated everyone coming out, supposedly, right? And then you have this.
They went missing, and the flow rate has significantly reduced as well.
So you got him talking a bunch. I got to be careful what I play and don't play for copyright
It
reasons.
is a relative.
You got me, Integrity K9
It's slower than
Services.
it was, but
And you got Ronnie operating the boat, the cameraman, and we're getting ready to deploy, right?
Well, that's my next question. When you say that the river's down, is that helpful? Because there's presumably more embankment that you could see.
So they go on, spiel, yada, yada. And they go on. And then she says,
Germany, I'm just looking at the pictures of divers in the water. I understand
Divers?
you started,
Plural,
diving
right?
Saturday. Where do you even begin diving? Like, what is it?
It's kind of common sense on where you would start searching and diving. And then she says, why would you plant that flag? The flag is there so I don't get ran over by a boat for the second time of my life. It's not planting a flag. That flag's for me so I don't get ran over. It's kind of common sense. They found the debit cards, credit cards right there at the location, right? So we just want to clear the area because we're not getting any hits on sonar or with the dog. She goes on to ask him some questions that he can't answer about the dog, about me, or about Ronnie and the boat and what we're doing there, why we would plant that flag. And the entire time we're there, you got News Nation, Cajun Navy planting all this information, and they're just running with the story, running with whatever. And then we all just thought, oh, well, it is what it is, correct? Just let it be. And then I see this video come out.
Single person out there that has been following JLR Investigates to stay away from the United Cajun Navy. They are a complete scam. And I don't come on very often ever talking about drama.
So if you listen to this man's story, he's going to explain it 150 times better than what I ever could. I'll have the link to his video in the description. Check him out. He's spitting 100% truth. So you got News Nation and Cajun Navy, for whatever reason, are like this, and they're painting narratives, talking about the river, talking about Cajun Navy bringing out boats, and all this stuff. And at the end, if you watch the live, like the debriefing, when Riley's poor family is up there putting their hearts out, right?
And I'm going to pause it real quick. I want to say shout out to JLR. Thank you for shouting me out in your video earlier today. I just want to say I appreciate it. And shout out to you as well. So there's the link. I know you guys already subbed. But if you're not, shout out to him back as well. Thank you. I appreciate that.
To continue to let everyone know. And then you have Mr. Flag at the very end say, if anyone's open to an interview tomorrow, get in contact with them. And then the whole spiel about the case that this man was working on. Check it out. So we were baited by Cajun Navy and News Nation, and then they used that footage and other volunteers for their narrative to push whatever it is they're pushing. Cajun Navy is a 501c3. So it helps support their little cause. And then all of a sudden, Cajun Navy's working on all these other missing person cases. I want to say I speak for myself and me only. But, you know, there's other scuba diving channels out there. We all may not get along. But I will say this. When it comes to boots on the ground, divers in the water, and running sonar, I agree and support all the other scuba diving YouTube channels from the bottom of my heart, because I know what it takes to be in the water, on the water, and doing these searches, trying to bring lost loved ones home. Not some good old boys, as frickin' Mr. Flag would say, with boats, orchestrating some stuff. Mr. Flag, good old boys is from the area that I grew up, some true good old boys. But I'll just leave it at that. Check this dude's video out because he can explain it 10 times better than I ever could. So, like I said, be careful who you let orchestrate and put together search parties. Cajun Navy and News Nation, if you ever reach out to me again, you ain't getting nothing from me because we're our own team. So, I think the world's catching on. Watch this dude's video. Love y'all, and I'm sorry for the freaking outcome of everything that's been happening lately, but we all have to band together to help find all these missing people.
Shout
There's
out.
not enough people like us.
Shout out.
So this is gonna be the only video I do like this, but kind of.
Shout out to him too. What a upstanding gentleman. I want to say thank you to Nark Divers for joining us this weekend in our efforts as well. Shout out to him, and like he said, we're trying to collectively band together with people that are like-minded when we're out there doing our searches. And I want to say special shout out again to JLR. Thank you for the shout out this morning. But it's true. So there's gonna be, like I said, there's a lot of other channels out there that are talking shit. There's a lot of other channels that are talking negative about what we're doing, how we're doing. But really, there's a reason why we're together, right? Our footage speaks for itself. So when others want to claim that they're about Sebastian, our footage speaks for itself, yo. I didn't see any of them digging in a dirt pile with a stick until they went out and spent their own money to get a shovel. Shout out Najee for doing that for me. Went out and bought me a shovel. I gave her the money. She went and got me the shovel so I didn't have to dig with a stick. So when you see them digging with a stick, that's when you can say, okay. But until then, just give them the double fist of the middle things and we're good. Because we stick together, people. It's about community. It's about doing it for the right thing. It's about the recycle of love. It's about the energy. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out tomorrow. I might have to change the times a little bit for the notifications. They're out. And like I said, if you are a member, just wait for that special members only to come out tonight. You're going to enjoy it. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate all your peace, positivity, and progress. And we'll see you tomorrow. Idaho 4 court hearing shows and more Sebastian tomorrow night. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. And have a peaceful and positive evening.
Someone shot
one more time for me. 847 Fulton. 847 Fulton, okay.